racing. Perfect dispatch by the starting gate crew per usual. Honorable Mischief comes out of the gate with Mischief on the mind at 7-1. Honorable Mischief with a narrow lead as they corner. Inside of that is Pearl Button, and outside is Payton's Beauty. Then it's about 3.5 back to My Woman, and the favorite is 5 lengths from the front and the same margin clear from Hidden Spin. As they spin around that corner, up goes Payton's Beauty to take the lead. Payton's Beauty now favored. Payton's Beauty 4-5, My Woman 7-5, and the 5 are separated by 10 as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. And with about a half mile to go, Payton's Beauty, the one to catch, booting that lead to 4. After that, we have Honorable Mischief, 2.5, 3 lengths clear from My Woman in third, Pearl Button in fourth, and Hidden Spin is now 12 lengths rearmost. Off a far turn, Payton's a beauty to this point. Payton's Beauty striding along with what may be an ever-widening lead. It's now 7. Payton's Beauty 7. Honorable Mischief next. Then we come to My Woman beginning to close in a tad. Hidden Spin is out of last and closing in decently, 10 lengths behind Payton's Beauty. And Payton's Beauty is now shoved on by Kelsey Haar and still has a healthy lead. Honorable Mischief is in second. Not today for My Woman. Outside of that, Hidden Spin with Pearl Button. But this is Payton's Beauty, and this is a beauty indeed. And they're racing. Raven's Quest has a quest for the early lead and grabs it from Lady Astrid. After that, Ms. Carile, then Moonlight Tryst looking to win 2 in a row to the inside of Derry Goulin, looking to win 2 in a row. Miggy's outside of them, and 6 are covered by 6 up the barn side they travel. Raven's Quest and Zeke Laura 3-1 show the way. Raven's Quest 1.5, Lady Astrid poised to pounce. Then we come to Ms. Carile. That one's next to the rail, overtaken by Derry Goulin. Miggy's on the move 4 wide. Moonlight Tryst is being pushed on a bit by Carlo Lopez, but is responding and closing in to be within 4. 6 separated by 5, and they're still chasing the 2. Raven's Quest clearly is the winner's enclosure. Raven's Quest shoved on by Zeke Laura. Lady Astrid prowling to the outside and about 3 lengths clear from Moonlight Tryst. The other 3 are about 8-9 lengths from the lead, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Up goes Lady Astrid. Lady Astrid at 3-1 from Raven's Quest. Behind them is Moonlight Tryst, and they're into the final 150. Lady Astrid on the grind. Moonlight Tryst surging outside. Raven's Quest inside, but it's Lady Astrid, and Kelsey and Klein have swept the double. Here they are. And they're racing. Raquel Blue was off slowly. Lady Ridge Street fast. The firster is fast to the outside. Hey, Look Me Over takes up the running with the bookender, and they nearly are in perfect harmony. Right behind them, tracking coyly, the favorite American Fairy Tale. Raquel Blue has recovered quickly from last right up to third and off the heels of Hey, Look Me Over. After that, Shirley Ann's Girl. That one's about to be overtaken by an on-charging Red Volta, and the the one in last is Midnight Joy, and the one in first is Hey, Look Me Over. To the inside of Lady Ridge Street, the firster still is pesky. Raquel Blue is about to be in the red. In fact, they all are if they don't get going, because Hey, Look Me Over, the People's Choice, bet down to 7-5, is living up to the hype, and Hey, Look Me Over and Eddie G prevail. 1-6-7 in race 3. And they're racing. Swift beginning for Charging Darling. Summer Winner with good speed to the inside. How about that? Kurt takes up the running. About a length and change behind the fast filly Summer Winner. After that, Navarre racing very wide and about to be joined by Flatter Me Billy, and Give Me a Cookie is last in 8 lengths from the lead. And they're chasing Summer Winner. Summer Winner, how about that? Kurt ranging up to the outside. Behind them is Flatter Me Billy. Then it's Charging Darling and Navarre. And now they come storming down the Canterbury Park stretch. The filly Summer Winner to the inside of the boy. How about that, Kurt? But it's ladies' night this Thursday night. Summer Winner is a winner. And they're racing. Put a cue around the start. They broke as one. Grace Lace at 13-1 out nicely, but it's Lunar Seas sailing off to the early lead. Zanzora is sharp at 25-1 in the early stages, and as they head around the first turn, it is Lunar Seas and Victor Santiago kicking clear by 4. After that, we come back to Raytastic. That rider has the lime colors, about 7-8 lengths from the lead, and to the outside of Molly's Mia. Behind them, Grace Lace to the inside of Island Jive, and the one in last is Lily Loot. 15 covers them as they head up the Canterbury Park Barnside, and on top, on the lead, is Lunar Seas, wearing the Novogratz HOF colors. Lunar Seas now 7. Zanzora, the long shot, still in second. Here comes Island Jive making a big move to the outside. Island Jive and Raytastic, they now cut in unison, trying to run down a Lunar Seas. Behind them, we have a tired Zanzora, overtaken by Grace Lace and Molly's Mia, and they head for home, and they're still chasing Lunar Seas. Lunar Seas at 6-1, coming back to the field. Outside is Raytastic, even farther out is Island Jive. They're into the final 150. Has Lunar Seas done enough to win? Lunar Seas leads it by a diminishing 2. Island Jive stabbing late, but it's Lunar Seas, gate to wire. Decent start for everybody except Rowdy. Yes Way flies out nicely. Can you hear me now? Got a little wild. And on the outside, here comes Half a House, who is full throttle. in the MQHRA Stallion Auction Futurity. He's all that. Came out fast. So did the undefeated Hollywood. And outside of that is McGregor with your favorite T.O. to the inside. The Philly Hollywood with your favorite T.O. pulling the upset at 19-1. And there you go. Pretty good beginning, especially for Relentless Legacy and Relentless Fashion has put a length on the field. Inside, beat, rev. Between them is El Conejo, but it's Relentless Legacy as the Bob Morehouse champion. And away they go. Swift beginnings for all. Rump Corzones came out fast. So did Presido Pete inside Lightning Girl. In the middle is Rump Corzones. And this 1-2 favorite is going to Rump into the winner's circle.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Mr. Paul Quinn leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. On the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf is firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 8-race card. Race 1 starts the 50-cent pick 4. In fact, all 4 races in that early pick 4 are free and clear. No changes throughout the first 4 races. Race 5 starts the late pick 4. Take out number 1, Keen to Go. Race 5, scratch that 1. Race 6, take out number 2, It's Bob's Business. Race 6, scratch 2. Race 7 starts the late daily double. There are no changes in today's 7th race. Free and clear in the 7th. In the lucky last, race number 8, jumbo-sized field. Take out number 1, Commissioner Oscar. Race 8, scratch the 1. Fast and firm. Time to get caught up with everything important here at the park. Let's head to the TV studio. We call it the Fluffer. Angela Herman and Jeff Maday.
Well, thanks, Kevin. Here we are in the First Bet studio inside the Dark Star press box. I'm Jeff Maday. This is Angela Herman. Welcome.
Howdy.
To Canterbury Park. It's Hall of Fame night right out here at Canterbury Park. A lot of things going on. Some of the best racehorses stable at Canterbury will run this evening.
That's true. That's true. But before anything, I have to congratulate you on being inducted into the Hall of Fame last night. That was quite the assembly that you put together. It was a great event. It was a pleasure to be a part of, and congratulations to you.
Well, thank you. I'm very fortunate. And if you look at the inductees here, you've got Ready to Runaway, who was the greatest claim in the history of Canterbury Park or Downs, I would say. Nikki Goodwin, quarter horse and thoroughbred rider extraordinaire. Karen Offerman, who you know is an owner, a horse owner, but she's been on the board of directors since Canterbury became a publicly held company in 1994 and has helped kind of guide racing, and also was involved in racing long before that in Minnesota, registered the first Minnesota bred racehorses. So that's kind of some cool history. And Mr. Joe Novogratz as well, who's had so many fast horses, including Amy's Challenge.
Yeah, and he's really, stepped back in with a lot more horses in the last couple of years than we had seen in a while, and they've been showing up and finding just picture-perfect spots. We saw Surly Furious win the other night, a 7-furlong race. It maybe didn't necessarily fit his history, but these horses are just finding exactly where they can fit in at Canterbury. They've been running very well for him, but that continues a long legacy of good Novogratz runners here at Canterbury.
Absolutely. Now,
and then,
oh, yeah, that guy. Some other things going on tonight at Canterbury Park besides the likes of the Alligator Hunter and Cupid's Crush running. We'll get to that later. It's Taste of Canterbury. Wings and Whiskey. That's tonight. It's brought to you by Jim Beam. We're going to have some wings up here in the press box, I believe, shortly, Ange. They'll be delivered right to you. But it's a cool event. It's our culinary team pairing a specialty with different drinks. Tonight's featured alcohol is whiskey, and the featured food is wings. That takes place in the Triple Crown Ballroom. There still are a few tickets remaining. These events generally sell out, but if you're interested in attending tonight, kind of upgrade your experience, just head up to 3rd level, ask for the Triple Crown Ballroom, and you'll find it.
Right. There might be a ticket or two left. I know that they were going very fast down to the end. And boy, if Jeff could pick a pairing to go with Hall of Fame night, I think it would be something close to whiskey and wings, if not right on the money. And again, take the opportunity now while you still can, because that will sell out pretty shortly.
And what you're going to want to do, because these are really good events, is there's another one coming up in August. It's Tacos and Tequila. And I know that one always sells out. It's not sold out yet. You go to CanterburyPark.com and get your tickets right away, because you don't want to get shut out. That was kind of the original Taste of Canterbury that we started a few years ago, and it's sold out each and every year. It's just a really, really good time. Good food, good drink, great racing right out here at the park.
Delicious, delicious. Now back to the racing side of things. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up. The jockeys first. Harry Hernandez is leading the way. But as we talked about previously, there's a lot of rotation that goes on with this group just behind him because they are so close together. You see 6 wins separate the next 5. And we welcome back another member to the jockey colony tonight. We're going to be seeing him in race 7. We'll talk about him in a moment. Well, there he is. Welcome back to Daler Barrios Lopez. Tell us a little bit more about his return to the races and what's been going on.
Well, we call him DBL. He arrived at Canterbury a couple of years back as an apprentice rider. Had a really good meet. You know, it's not easy for apprentice riders to get a lot of mounts. He did, and he did very well. Rode elsewhere last year, returned to Canterbury this year, and unfortunately was injured on June 8th in a riding accident. So he's been away since then, but he's stayed fit. He's stayed positive. We've seen him visiting the track almost every day. So it's cool to have him back in the saddle. He's got 1 mount today in race 7. He'll ride again tomorrow. He'll be back in riding shape if he's not already, and we'll see him in the winner's circle soon.
Yep, took him right on top. Now let's get back to the trainer standings because Jose Silva Jr. leads the way, but it's just 3. And I have actually a double coming later with Mac Robertson. I think maybe he can gain some ground on him tonight. It happens to be that mount that Daler Barrios Lopez has. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but go on.
I know I got Tony winning one tonight with a price. We might agree late in the night. It's our getaway race. Mac's got Cupid's Crush. Tim's got Alligator Hunter. So all the best of the best are out on the racetrack tonight. And you might see every one of these people in the winner's circle.
It's very, very possible. But at the very least, I think that a couple are going to go this way. And I think that he's going to make his way up at least to maybe a tie on top. But we shall see how the night unfolds. It is that kind of night. Some of the very best, like you mentioned, are going to be on the track. But a whole different animal coming tomorrow.
That's right. We've got 8 horse races, and we've got 3 extreme races. We've got ostriches, we've got camels, and we've got zebras. These are fun. They attract a large, boisterous crowd. We've been doing this for a long time, and it's fun, and it's popular. It's zany. It's a real zoo.
It is a real zoo. I'm going to be handling zebra duty. I believe that Kevin is on ostrich duty, and Paul will be handling the camel race. So do tune in at different points in our card. 2, 4, and 6, I believe, are going to be those races. No parimutuel wagering, but a lot of fun, and it is a real zoo, as Jeff likes to put it.
That's tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Then we'll have an 8-day break from horse racing. But the horses aren't leaving. That's because we have the Canterbury Park Rodeo, July 18th through the 20th, right out on the main track. 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 7 o'clock Friday and Saturday, 5 o'clock start on Sunday. Tickets at canterburypark.com. It's everything you'd expect from a rodeo. Bulls, bronc busting, clowns, live music. What am I missing? Barrel racing, reining, steer wrestling. All sorts of things.
Well, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff at the rodeo. So, I mean, kids, families, if you just want to come out and spend a night and have a beer and see something different, it's there for you. And some of the stuff that he sent me was very funny last year, but it's also a great display of a different athletic ability of some of these horses. So we'll see a little something different, but it is worth the trip out to check it out.
That's right. And throw on your cowboy hat and join us
Exactly.
for the Ram trucks.
Don't forget the hat. Don't you dare forget the cowboy
I've got the hat ready to go. Here's a look at some of our big allowance races tonight. The $35,000 Mr. Dale 5 furlong turf sprint. These are fillies, and they're dashing, and they're fast.
They are very fast, but a lot of these, at least in recent times, have showcased more of their skills on the dirt. So I opted for a horse that is a turf specialist. That's Noel's Angel. She's going to have her work cut out for her on the front end, quite frankly. But just because she is so good at doing what she's trying to do tonight, and because she lands to the outside of some of the other speed, I took a shot. It's not going to be easy to beat Thunder's Rock and Roll or Extreme Diva if she does take to the turf, but that still remains a question.
There's Mouse's hunch play Extreme Smoke. I like Extreme Diva. That's Mac Robertson's first win. It's a great race because Thunder's Rock and Roll has been very game in defeat this year, and she's going to be hard to beat. The Victor S. Meyers, that's also 6 furlongs. It's for 3-year-old Minnesota-bred boys, a prep for the Minnesota Derby. 5 of them, but wide open in my opinion.
Right, you just don't have as much to work with this group. Towner 2 has been facing Open Company. Arjun for Cars has been picking up wins left and right around here. Way Up North just broke his maiden. That's the approach that I took, trying to take horses that either have not faced Minnesota breds recently, have been dominating them, or who might be improving and going the right direction with Way Up North.
The Minnesota Turf Distaff, to me, it's all about Cupid's Crush. She is phenomenal. She's won outside of Minnesota. She's undefeated in 5 starts on the Canterbury turf. She's in the 6 hole. Harry Hernandez, top rider. Mac Robertson's the trainer. 4 to 5 might be a gift.
She's going to be incredibly tough in that field, and given her outside draw, the possibility for trouble goes down. So yes, I just take a tip of the cap to her and move along.
Triple-digit buyer speed figure for Frosty View. Harry Hernandez rides for Joel Byrne. That was one fast racehorse last time he ran 100. Do they bounce? Go forward? What do you think?
Just the distance, I would think would get to him. Nothing more. He is the fastest horse in the race, I think. I mean, Haunted Haze is very fast, but Frosty View drew inside of him. I scratched into Xavier Dave. I was debating between these two, and I guess Joel made the decision for me and scratched It's Bob's Business. I like Xavier Dave a lot in that spot. And we'll talk a little bit about that with a bet that I have for you.
Absolutely. And then the Francis Genter. This is for fillies going 6 furlongs, Minnesota breds, a prep for the Minnesota Oaks. Another fairly wide open race. I think Carson Bay is the fastest and probably the most talented horse in this field. But these are young horses, some of them lightly raced, absolutely eligible to improve.
Absolutely. And at any given point, they can change their tactics up. They can, try a different thing. They can try maybe coming from a little bit further off the pace or staying closer to it. I'm just going to try the inside runner. That is the double that I was talking about. It's completed by Mary B's Legacy because she was so darn impressive at first asking this season.
Look at this bet of the day. Now, you want to make money at the track. It's fun to come out here. It's fun to eat wings. It's fun to drink whiskey. It's more fun. Here comes Spencer right here with our wings. It's more fun to cash tickets, though. And although the wings are a very close second to cashing tickets. Look at this. Here's Spencer delivering Angela's dinner. That's available at Wings and Whiskey. We talked about that before. Nice work, Spencer. Thank you very much. You can get your tickets right now. It's in the Triple Crown Ballroom. Stop down there, get involved, and have a great time.
It's too bad you can't smell this through the camera.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Let's wrap this show up quick. How about the bet? I want to get to those wings.
Yes, $5 double. We just talked about it. Xavier Dave, Mary B's Legacy, $5. Do as much as you want. And good luck to Mac Robertson. In Mac, we trust.
Absolutely. Just walk up to the window and bet that double. And you can also bet the 50-cent pick 5. It begins in race number 2.
That's way before that double comes up. So if you want to bet it, get handicapping. It starts in the second race. It's a 50-cent minimum wager, 10% takeout, all sorts of things to like about it. But you're going to need some horses to put in that pick 5, and you're going to need some opinions. And, well, we have just that coming up in the paddock.
Don't forget, though, Wings and Whiskey. Stop down. Kevin Gorg will be there to welcome you. Erica Murray, a jockey's there for photo ops. Get involved, get some great food and great eats. But up next today at the races, it's Paul Allen, it's Kevin Gorg. It happens right next to the paddock. Join them now, and it's brought to you by Touchdown Tile.
A little bit more, but that stuff's going to fall right off the plate.
Oh, he'll be back up. The talking points for his thing?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, happy Saturday to everybody. And with Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. We're at Canterbury Park, and this is Today at the Races, provided by Touchdown Tile and touchdowntile.com. Hall of Fame weekend for us here at Canterbury. We had a ballyhooed and living up to the hype HOF ceremony last night here at Canterbury Park. And once again, Covenant claps, as we would say on the radio. Canterbury claps here for everybody who went into the Hall of Fame.
Awesome.
Big crowd last night. We had first time we've done the Hall of Fame ceremony where we've had two rooms in play. And, I think that has to do with a lot of people and or the horse that went into the Hall of Fame, or maybe it was our coworker Jeff Maday who went into the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame. And in fact, on this Saturday, with some really cool HOF races tonight to commemorate that, I think it's really, really cool that his daughter, Audrey Maday, flew in from Aurora, Colorado to do Today at the Races and spit out a bunch of winners. Isn't that fantastic?
It is lovely, and it sends all the right messages.
Yeah, hey, microphone's yours, Audrey, if you want it. Okay. Well, we'll do our best to spit out some winners in lieu of Audrey opting to join us. But we do. I do think it is. It's fair for us to acknowledge, if only for a day, and that day would be today. Or maybe a little longer. Personally speaking, and speaking for Kevin Gorg, who was at the HOF dinner and ceremony last night, we officially have a new favorite horse owner, if only for a day. So,
For a day, because extreme racing,
yeah.
I mean, they're my peeps.
And horse owners, don't take this personally, but Joe Novogratz is our favorite horse owner. This is Joe Novogratz's day in the hot tub here at Canterbury Park, and here's why. He's one of the great owners in the history of this racetrack, starts a lot of horses who have won for Mac Robertson, wins for Cody Rosine, wins all over the country, had a horse named Amy's Challenge who made about $750,000, and he's a Minnesotan. I think Eden Prairie or around there. So, but why this is honorary Joe Novogratz's day, during his acceptance speech last night at the Hall of Fame dinner, he acknowledged the steam team. He knows what the steam team is with Angela, Kevin, and yours truly. Looked right at me, then looked out to the crowd. He's like, I want to thank the steam team for all those great picks and all the entertainment you give us. And I'm like, well, I can't speak for the entertainment, but you obviously ain't looking at my picks, brother, because the Chasers hit one time all season, and the rest of picks are like around 27%. No, by the way, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, and it's Joe Novogratz. This is a guy that wins races with those cool lime silks at Churchill Downs and Keeneland and the fairgrounds. The fact that he even knows our names is impressive, and so for a day, he absolutely is our favorite. I know you've got one of the long shot touts on the race card that might be in those familiar silks, and yeah, we're going to celebrate all those big winners last night in the Hall of Fame, but for us in the press box, it really was extra special to see Jeff Maday go in. He is the glue. He's the guy that connects the backside to the front side, and there is nobody better.
Yeah, we're a fist up there, and it all comes together collaboratively. But H.O. Jeff, he's the thumb that just kind of holds it all together, right?
It's like Sergeant Hulka, same thing. Yep, big toe, big thumb, the whole
Hulk
bit.
Hogan. Okay, so that horse that Kevin was referencing, Scent of Success, owned by HOF Joe Novogratz. It's in one of these glitzy named races we have today, and goes against a stablemate who won the Lady Canterbury named Cupid's Crush. So, what's going on with those? Hey, guys, with those shirts.
I love the Bahama shirts.
Yeah, you guys look awesome.
It's like a bachelor party gone bad.
Well, here
Oh, yeah, there you go.
come walk in front of the camera so the world can
Yeah, we got to
see your
come
shirts,
show
okay?
off all over the country.
Yeah, for sure.
The bachelor party that's come to Canterbury today.
It's one of two things that we would like to share with you gentlemen right now.
Look at this.
First and foremost,
Oh, wifey on the shirt.
as Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, captain of the 83 Wayzata Club hockey team, would say, the Holiday Inn just called and wants their curtains back.
That's fantastic.
So that's first and foremost, boys. Secondly, Extreme Days tomorrow. Okay, that's when people wear like loud, wild shirts and everything. Hey, round of applause for this bachelor
all right.
party. Come on now. It's a chance to get out of that.
How
mode.
cool, though. A bachelor party at
Right.
the racetrack. You can drink, you can be merry, and you can gamble. All the things your wife's not going to let you do once you get married. So have fun today, bud, because
Come
it's
on,
over.
man.
Night, night.
God bless you, brother, okay? Wait, what'd you say? KG wants to give you $100 as a wedding gift. So, yeah, if you want to come up and get it.
Come on by.
I'm just playing with
All right, here we go.
what if HOF Joe Novogratz, before complimenting and acknowledging the steam team, what if I was chatting with him and he told me Scent of success cannot lose, Paul, and here's why.
Don't share it with the public. The horse is going to be 6, 7, 8 to 1.
But he didn't say that to me. I just wanted to get you all wound up.
Yeah, you got me going now because keep it quiet if we have a good tip.
All right, here we go. So we race tonight. We race tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Canterbury Park is down, or dark as we say in the business, for live racing for a week and a half after Sunday. We got a rodeo coming out here with barrel racing and bunch of clowns running around and stuff. Belt buckles, 10-gallon caps. Sounds good enough to eat. CanterburyPark.com for information on the rodeo. But after Sunday, we don't race again until July 23rd. Kevin, has and Extreme Day, you got the ostriches tomorrow, right?
Yeah, those birds, and I tell you, they are very pesky birds.
You get too close to one of those birds in the winner's circle, because I've called a million ostrich races here. First and foremost, you see those big, thick black eyes. They're straight up the devil, and then they have the beaks.
Beaks are legit,
and their heads make these. Yeah. Get right next to one, okay?
I'm not getting too close. I'm not fast anymore. I can't get away. So if I get close, I'm done.
Hey, take a peck on the face from an ostrich for Mackey's TikTok.
Bushel and a peck.
For Mackey's TikTok.
All right.
Or TikTok.
Hey, I'll do anything.
Followers will just roll like a slot machine.
All right. We got to go viral. Let's do this, PA.
Get busy today, brother. Fast main track farm turf course here at CBY. Pick 4 wagering begins in the first. It's only 50 cents. And what that means, if you're new, you pick the winners of races 1 through 4. You hit the pick 4. You can use as few or as many horses in each race. But do play the pick 4s and the pick 5. No scratches in race number 1. We have horses in here in search of victory number 1. I took number 6, Ruby's Posse. Rode a Vic Hansen vibe last week, and it worked. We're going to try to hope that wasn't the wedding, and tonight's the funeral. But I do like number 6, Ruby's Posse, 6-4-3.
Yeah, you and the Oracle. I like it. 8 to 1. Nice way to start the pick 4. If you guys are right, in honor of Jeff Maday going into the Hall of Fame, I'm going to go with a horse that's one of his favorite handicapping angles with the 3, Donata, the old ship and dip. Yep. In from Arizona, off the layoff, good workouts. Carlo Lopez, loads of early speed. 5 to 2, have the time of your life. I'll use the 4, She's Just Divine in second. I think that might be the sneaky horse. I'm going to go 3, 4, and 2.
I'm going to take Ruby's Posse, and can't say I necessarily would have taken this one had we not gotten that last race. Now, that last race was terrible. In fact, Ruby's Posse ran second last, and it says roused off pace. So I went back to watch what that was. Well, it was even more negative because roused off the pace means Victor Santiago in the early stages was like, yeah, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Here's the deal. I don't think Ruby's Posse lost her God-given speed overnight. Okay, so she's fast, and she may not always hold on. In fact, she never has. But she is blessed with early speed, and was so far from it last time against Straight Maidens. I think she's going to drop right down at about 5 to 1, and the old chaser is going to start with a little win bet on Ruby's Posse. All right, KG, let's go to the second race and to the unpredictability of the Canterbury Turf Course. Kevin and I talk about it a lot. The unpredictability means the trifectas and superfectas on our turf course are paying, I think, the highest consistently that I've seen since I've called races here at Canterbury. Like, we had a favorite win the other night at like 8 to 5, but the trifecta and superfecta still paid well over 100 for 50 cents or a dime. These turf races mostly have been terrific for payoffs, and this is the Mr. Dale Allowance, named after the late Dale Shenian, our former vice chairman and one of the former co-owners of Canterbury Park. I pick it 4-2-6.
Yeah, you know, Thunder's Rock and Roll just has run way too well to not have a win so far at the meet.
She's sharp.
Retired Kathy ran a bang-up race from last. Cupid's Crush, who's a monster, got her last time. I can't explain pace and class. The outside 3 horses, 4, 5, and 6, all just want to go, and they're all super fast. But I believe in a race like this that class will tell. And around the far turn, off the races that Thunder's Rock and Roll has been running, I think she's too classy. I think she gets loose, and I think she wins. I go 4, 2, and 5.
The third race is the Vic Meyers Allowance. This one is short on numbers, but long on Minnesota-bred talent. And 2/3 of the Steam team, KG and Angela, both took number 1 town or 2. And from a track switch standpoint, Oaklawn and then Fairgrounds, we ran at Keeneland once. We won by 9 at Canterbury last year, so yeah, I understand all that. I went back and watched number 3, Arjun for Cars. last win, and I think this horse, even though Arjun for Cars, he has not faced the type of competition Towner 2 maybe has. I think this horse is going to get better. I mean, he's only getting better. He's really hit stride. It's not going to be that big of a price, maybe 2-1, 5-2. But I do like number 3 a fair amount in this race. I take number 3, Arjun for Cars. Why you like Towner 2?
Well, Towner 2 just has faced better competition. You mentioned Oaklawn Park. That's open company, and those are really nice races. And in the end, I had a hard time between the 1 and the 3. I went back and forth, and I know it was a hard decision for Eddie G, and I understand why he's not riding this time. I get why he's on Max Horse, the 4, but that had to be a really tough choice for he and his agent, because this Arjun for Cars, I mean, who knows how good this horse is. 78 buyer last time, and this horse, he never moved. He was a statue in the final 100 yards, so I think it's going to be a hell of a race. The 3 and the 1 are clearly, I think, going to separate, and they're going to lay it down in the stretch. I can't wait to watch this race. I go 1, 3, and 5, and I think these are both rising stars, and it's going to be a really cool one to take back and take it all in.
The Minnesota Turf Distaff is race number 4, and this one has a nice little purse of $35,000, but the competition in here is very intriguing, at least to yours truly. I think Kevin's going to see it the same way, because HOF trainer Mac Robertson has 3 in here, including the Lady Canterbury champion, Cupid's Crush. Kevin and I talked about it sometime last week. This number 2, Go Leanne Go, might be outclassed, but the way she won last time, it looks like that she's gotten better. She keeps getting better. Retired Kathy is super sneaky. If you believe in the forgiveness angle, but the Lady Canterbury champion, that's where your pen landed, right?
Yeah, she's too good. And if you're going to get her, this is the time to try to beat her. I'll say that. She came off a long layoff. She ran just 2 weeks ago, so she's on short rest. In this day and age, this is short rest for a racehorse. We're talking 13 days off. And I get where you're going with the 1 who runs really well fresh, so I'm definitely going to listen. I think the 1 will be 5, 6, 7-1. The 6, you're not going to make any money, but for me in the pick 4 and pick 5, I'm going to single her and know that she's just a little too classy. 6, 2, and 4.
Okay, it's 1, 6, 2 for me, and I am making a win bet on the 1 if I get 3-1 or higher. So just let me ask you this, and take into consideration the mare who recently retired, Midnight Current. So, however old she was in 2024 and 2023, she still was really good.
She was.
I think Midnight Current in a situation like this is every bit as good, if not better, than Cupid's Crush.
I would agree.
So then I look at Scent of Success, and we can go back to June of 2022, hadn't run in 10 months, lost by a half length at 4-1. Okay, go to a long layoff into May of 2023, lost by a half length, was right behind Midnight Current. Then go to off the layoff last year, 2024, dusted Midnight Current by 4 lengths and change. I think this is the night to get Scent of Success, who doesn't run that much during the year anymore for whatever the reason, but has found a way to make nearly $200,000 in 20 races. So I actually like her quite a bit tonight. We'll see what happens. 1, 6, and 2 with the Q. Race number 5, scratch number 1, keen to go. Race 5, scratch number 1, keen to go. KG and I are both on dual Monarchy. Had a really rough start last time. Then Kelsey, who saves ground, Kelsey Har, as well as any jockey you're going to see. I mean, she is not afraid to come through on the inside and fast. Tight hole, top of the stretch after a bad start. Dual Monarchy got squeezed legally and brushed up against the rail. It's over, Johnny. That was it. So I think Dual Monarchy, again, is sitting on a super big one. Probably won't get any kind of a price, right?
Actually, I think the price is going to be right around the morning line at around 5-2. I think Browntown is going to get pounded. I really do. I think they're going to bet the 4, and rightfully so. With the scratch of the inside horse, the 4 figures now to maybe be loose on the front. So I think the 4 actually goes favored. We'll see how it plays out. I'm with Kelsey here. I'm with you. That was a troubled trip. This horse is sharp right now. I like the way Bobby Klein's horses have looked in the paddock. I think they're firing right now, so I go 2, 3, and 4.
Race number 6 is named for Ralph Strangis, a pioneer of racing in the state of Minnesota, and we welcome his son Paul Strangis to the racetrack today. Scratch number 2, It's Bob's Business. Trainer Joel Burnt had a couple in this race, Frosty View and It's Bob's Business. I happen to like It's Bob's Business a lot in this spot before he scratched, and I don't have Frosty View in the top 3. I'm probably wrong here, but it's a 2-turn thing for me. I go 5-3-7.
How about that? We both do not have the horse on the inside
With a 100 buyer.
with a 100 buyer in our top 3. I go 5-3-7, and I'm with you.
Wow.
Frosty View is going to have to deal with the alligator hunter. And if Frosty View is good enough right now to put that monster away, then I'll tip my hat and I'll tear up my tickets, because that 100 buyer and Harry Hernandez are staring us down. But I know back class, and I know how good Xavier Dave is. So do you. And he is going to get the trip of all trips sitting off this pace. If you're into gambling, the horse you need to get into the exact and trifecta is the 3, Found Jordan.
Yep.
It's short rest, but this horse to me is the wagering horse at around 8 or 9 to 1. So I'm going to bet the 5 to win and box the 3 and the 5 in an exacta box and try to get paid.
Yeah, you liked Found Jordan last time at 10 to 1, right?
And got steadied again.
Yes, that's right. And I went back and watched that race. This, like I said earlier, was scent of success. If you think they're going to be a little upset here, and I think there can be, because just because Xavier Dave won the Ralph Strangis 2 years ago and has shown in the past that he does pretty well off layoffs, doesn't mean it's going to happen that way today. He hasn't run in almost a year, and he's now 6 years of age. Found Jordan third off the layoff, and they will crackle in front of him, which is what he wants. Yeah, man, I feel like switching my pick here to 3-5-7. I mean, I'm betting Found Jordan now. I ain't kidding you.
Yeah, good price for sure.
Race number 7 would be the penultimate with these HOF named races. This is the Francis Genter, and we have no scratches or rider changes in the Francis Genter. Here are my picks, 3-2-1. I pick at 3-2-1. I'm just going to get out of the way and let KG talk about number 6, Carson Bay, because I know you like the filly a lot.
Yeah, I've got the 1, 2, and 3 lined up behind the 6, and I'm into pace. I love handicapping the pace of a race. And if you go back and watch the replay of Carson Bay last time, how she went eyeball to eyeball with Thunder's Rock and Roll, who was one of the very fastest female horses on the grounds, and she would not quit until deep in the stretch. If I'm Erica Murray, that gate opens, I put this horse into the race, I hustle, and I let her speed take her all the way around, because she's faced better, she's faster, and if she gets loose, she's going to win. If they get cute and they don't get loose and they hang around, she's in big trouble. She needs to be loose, and she will win. Carson Bay, 6-3-1.
Race number 8, the final live race today, is on the turf, and we have a big field. We have 11 of them battling. Scratch number 1, Commissioner Oscar. No Lind Covenant in front of us today. Scratch number 1, Commissioner Oscar. Kevin and Angela take number 2, Midcat. It's Tony with Harry. I'm on the other Joel Burnt horse with Constantino Roman. I ended up picking it 3, 8, and 12. 3, 8, 12. What about you?
Yeah, I like Midcat on the stretch out. It's third off the layoff, and I've seen the movie before with these Winchester Place thoroughbred horses. They are bred to go longer, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Do not let the trifecta come in with the 11-horse Star Mission on the ticket and not have an option with your paper with 11 on there. We've seen the Wolfgang. Yeah. We know how this movie ends.
Yeah.
I don't know if the horse is good enough to win, but the 11 Star Mission should be on your Try and Super Box tickets. I go 2, 8, and 11, and 11 is the gambling horse.
Most importantly, be kind to your fellow patron this evening, and be patient with everybody. And thank you very much for joining us at Canterbury Park. For Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Make a lot of money tonight, all right?
Let's go. Nicely done.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now, Canterbury Park bugler Sir Leonard Dykert. Good seeing and hearing you, Len. Happy Saturday, buddy. And a good seeing everybody here at Canterbury Park for the first on a Saturday with a fast main track, a firm turf course, and a pick 4 beginning about 4 minutes from now. No scratches in race number 1. And racing at Canterbury Park is provided by Apple Autos, Tri-State Bobcat, Jim Beam, John Deere, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and Pepsi. Our special groups this evening are Sterling Club and Simon's Birthday. Welcome to the races. And the horses are moving into the starting gate. It's race time. It's the first HOF Saturday at Canterbury Park. Divine Gift, and our leading rider, 7-5. Number 4, She's Just Divine, is acting up. This is the third racing day this week. And we have 3 riders with 2 victories tied in the room. Harry Hernandez, Alonso Quinones, and Kelsey Haar each have a couple of thoroughbred victories this week. From a training standpoint, Mac Robertson, Cody Rosine, and Bob Klein each have 2. Ruby's Posse has gone in. Here they come. Good luck. And they're racing. She's Just Divine is fast out of the gate. De Nada to the inside takes second. Ruby's Posse's being roused for speed by Victor Santiago. That one's third, 2 out of it. And to the outside of Divine Gift. Divine Gift 0 for 17 at 2-1 is 5 lengths from the lead. And about the same distance clear from Tactical Express. Way back in last is Fly Without Cupid. They're approaching the top of the stretch. De Nada leads it by a length and a half and travels along stylishly at 3-2. De Nada from Divine Gift, who's closing in interestingly to the inside. And outside is Ruby's Posse. And here comes Divine Gift with a burst. Outside of that, Ruby's Posse. And on the inside is Tactical Express. It's De Nada desperately trying to hold on. Ruby's Posse and Tactical Express on the inside comes surging and passes them all. Tactical Express found the expressway home. Number 2, Tactical Express ran first. Number 2, Tactical Express ran first. Second, 6, Ruby's Posse. Third, 5, Divine Gift. And fourth, 3, De Nada. 101, final time. Results still unofficial. Our first into the Charmed Circle is Tactical Express and Alonso Quinones. The winning owner, Maribel Nova Campiazano. And the winning trainer, Santiago Tranquilino. We head to the second race now. It's the Mr. Dale Allowance. Santiago, thank you for ringing the bell. Appreciate you. Trainer Santiago Tranquilino rings the bell in the winner's circle, meaning at least $100 heads to the Canterbury Park Chaplaincy Backside Foundation, which does a lot for those on the backside. Thank you very much, Santiago. Race number 2, named for Dale Shenium, the late Dale Shenium. It's the Mr. Dale. No scratches, no rider changes. We go to a firm turf course in 23 minutes. And they're racing. She's Just Divine is fast out of the gate. Daynata to the inside takes second. Ruby's Posse's being roused for speed by Victor Santiago. That one's third, 2 out of it. And to the outside of Divine Gift. Divine Gift 0 for 17 at 2-1 is 5 lengths from the lead. And about the same distance clear from Tactical Express way back in last is Fly Without Cupid. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Daynata leads it by a length and a half and travels along stylishly at 3-2. Daynata from Divine Gift, who's closing in interestingly to the inside. And outside is Ruby's Posse. And here comes Divine Gift with a burst. Outside of that, Ruby's Posse. And on the inside is Tactical Express. It's Daynata desperately trying to hold on. Ruby's Posse and Tactical Express on the inside comes surging and passes them all. Tactical Express found the expressway home. Hey, welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. Let's start rattling off these nice races named for Canterbury Park Hall of Fame members on Hall of Fame weekend. And we begin with one name for Mr. Dale, Dale Shenian, who sadly died August of 2023. Dale is one of the most instrumental people in the history of the state when it comes to racing at Canterbury Park. He was the vice chairman, and he also owned one of my all-time favorite horses who ran here, Croc Rock. So may God rest the soul of Dale Shenian. And this is the Mr. Dale, and we're going to start it off with Angela Herman giving us a lead pipe cinch pick 5. Right, Angela?
I will give it my best. And what a way to start. I mean, Mr. Dale had one of the speediest Minnesotans we've ever seen in Croc Rock and a 5-furlong turf sprint. Pretty fitting for a horse of that kind of speed. Now, I went 3 deep in the first leg of this pick 5. Of course, we're going to move that. And 2, 4, and 5 are my numbers. I mean, it's a pretty chalky first leg for me. I had to reformulate some things because I have a couple of singles later in the sequence, but that'll cover it for me in here. My top selection is Knowles Angel. And right now, Knowles Angel's 7-1. I would take that. I took 1, 3, and 5 in the next leg of it. Single Cupid's Crush. We'll just go a couple deep in, race number 5, and then finish off with a single of Xavier Dave in race number 6. Makes for a pretty affordable ticket. That's $9. I did see some tough favorites along the way, including Cupid's Crush. But let's get back to this second race. Now, we do have 6 taking to the turf, and they're going to go 5 in here. We do not agree. In fact, all 3 of us, I believe, Paul and I ended up on Knowles Angel. You end up on Thunder's Rock and Roll. We're probably expecting a very similar trip for our top 2 picks, but on the inside, you probably have maybe the early trailer of the field.
Well, I would think. I mean, the horse comes out of a route race. Always tough, I think, when you go from a route race to a 5-furlong sprint. Can you show enough speed to stay in the race? The good news is, for Morally Complex, is there's a ton of speed. The outside 3 can absolutely fly. They're going to set, I think, a very, very fast pace. And I think both the 1 and even the 2 is going to be a little bit off that pace. They're going to try to hope that pace just crumbles in the stretch. And if it does, I could see either one of these horses getting in the mix in the stretch, Ange.
Well, and this is only start number 2 on the turf. The first one was won by an upsetter named Atomic Habits. Morally Complex ran really, really well that day. There's 2 Mac Robertson horses right next door. I did use Extreme Diva. The only time she ran on the turf, she was at Keeneland. I mean, that's hardly anything.
Better. I remember the race. She was 70-1.
You can't take anything away from her in defeat in that. She lost by less than 3 lengths. She was 70-1, and she came from off the pace. That isn't something that she always do. Usually she's a lot closer than 9 lengths out of things. But Extreme Diva still was adaptable enough that day, ran well enough, and seemed to like the turf enough where maybe you give her another shot in this spot, because she isn't the easiest horse to find spots for. She's won 5 of her 12 starts, and she's a Minnesota bred. So, sometimes you got to wait for those particular spots to come up, and you go in a spot like this one.
Yeah, she fits really well. Second off the bench. Mac Robertson probably had this race in mind all along. And off that Keeneland race, that's probably what we're going to need to see her do, is sit behind very fast fractions and pounce. And she's a good thing. And I think if something happens where the pace is electric, I think the 2 is going to fall into a really nice trip. Not surprised they're betting the 3 here, Ange, Extreme Smoke Show. This is a horse that flashed some speed back on July the 4th. Yamil's came from off the pace and got all the money that day. I don't know what to think about the turf. There are some reasons in the bloodlines to say it works, but I'm going to take a pass, even though the horse is getting bet.
Well, and she did they tried to get her on the turf last June. That race was rained off, but Extreme Smoke Show still didn't show as much last time as when we first saw her really make a splash up here at Canterbury. She just doesn't look like quite the same filly at the moment to me. Maybe the turf will do the trick, and getting her over to that surface will give her a little bit of a wake-up call. Harry Hernandez will be in the saddle. I'm sure she'll be involved in the running early, and that would apply to Thunder's Rock and Roll as well. Your top choice in here.
She's run way too well to not have a win yet at the meet. 2 races in June. She got run down by Retired Kathy. She did all of the dirty work. Retired Kathy was 6, 8, 10 lengths off the pace. She was crackling on the front, 21 and change. Exact same thing happened last time. If she runs a race, and again, I worry a little bit, Ange, about 2 absolute A-plus efforts that haven't resulted in a win. Could there be a bounce here? Absolutely. But if she runs back to those races, they're running for second. It's that simple.
Yes, and she is going to at least be a part of a pretty quick pace. Knowles Angel, the one walking right behind us now, should be in the exact same boat. And last time she lost by less than a length, but she's done a lot more turf sprinting than most of her competition. And Knowles Angel has done most of it right here. 6 of her 7 wins are at Canterbury. And sometimes when it comes to 5 furlongs, the shorter the races, I'm not as much, I won't overlook a horse that might have been running against some of the $5,000, $4,000 starter types that she's been running against, just because she can do this so fast.
This is her game, and she's got 6 of her 7 career wins doing this here at Canterbury. The X Factor is the outside horse. I don't know that the X Factor horse, the 6, is good enough to win, but I think she can make an impression on this field because she's super fast, and both the 4 and 5 probably don't want to have any more company than they're going to already provide for each other in this race.
Didn't really know what to make of her from there, just because all of her best efforts have been clear on the lead, and I don't see her getting clear on the lead, but certainly getting herself on the pace could make things a little bit tough on Noel's Angel, Thunder's Rock and Roll, or Extreme Smoke Show, which I guess would make you look towards the inside of the gate for a closer.
That could be the case. It's a wonderful betting race to start the Pick 5. You owe it to yourself to play the Pick 5. Angela put together a very affordable ticket. You've got to make your mind up right now. You can't win it if you don't get in it. We've seen Pick 5s on these weekends pay over $40,000. The Mr. Dale Allowance, 5 furlongs on the turf. These ladies sprint inside 9 minutes. Get your bets in and good luck. Enjoy a great night of racing here at Canterbury Park.
The second race takes us to a firm turf course, and it begins the 50-cent Pick 5 on races 2 through 6. And this one is courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park, and also Comcast Xfinity. To the gate about 5 minutes from now. It's Pick 5 time in 5 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to draw your attention down to the winner's circle. With me is track president Randy Samson. A very special race for all of us here at Canterbury. This race in honor of our dear friend, Mr. Dale Shinian, the Mr. Dale Sprint. And even though he's no longer with us, you know he's watching on a day like today.
Yeah, Dale was such an important part of Canterbury and such a great friend to all of us and a mentor to me. And you know, we without Kurt and Dale, we wouldn't be here today. And Dale, you know, ran some great horses here. Came up with some of the greatest promotions of all time, including Buck Night, and so, and also, you know, he really was the first one to make a big investment in Minnesota, bring in a big time stallion, and build a breeding farm. So he is just the founder of this industry and this racetrack.
Huge crowd last night on hand for our banquet to celebrate the 2025 class for the Hall of Fame. Some extraordinary people and a really nice horse that went in, but to me, it just shows how much the people that are a part of this game love the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it came up last night, what a community we have here of, you know, the horse people and our fans and the Canterbury employees. It's just a great group of people. We had a wonderful event, honored, as you said, some really well-deserving inductees, including Karen Offerman, who was along with Kurt and Dale and I from the beginning as one of our founders here, been on the board from the beginning. And of course, Nick Goodwin, one of our top jockeys, quarter horse jockeys of all time here, as well as a great thoroughbred rider, and Joe Novogratz, a owner who's done so well here over the years. And we've got Ready to Run Away, one of the greatest claims of all time, and the second best earning Minnesota bred. And who am I missing?
Jeff Maday. Hopefully he's over there. He's not paying attention.
Yeah, Jeff. Well-deserved honor for Jeff, who's run our press box for years and really been a heart and soul of this operation. And so really good to see all of them get their due.
And nights like this, we've had challenges all year. We've had heat. We've had bad rain. We were dealing with smoke even today, and you look out on a Saturday night, you see the bleachers are full, the restaurant is packed, racing is going quite well in Minnesota. We have a heck of a fan base.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, this is really unique. People don't understand that this isn't what you see around the country at racetracks. The excitement that we have here, Paul Allen, Ange, you know, our TV crew, everybody puts, our horsemen, jockeys, put on a great show, and the fans have responded, and it's really fun to see.
With all your family, we're not here, and all these people aren't having the time of their lives on a Saturday. How about a round of applause for Randy Samson as we get ready for the big Mr. Dale Turf Sprint? Good luck with your bets. They're approaching the gate.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's race time. Extreme Diva and Thunder's Rock and Roll, each 8-5. Extreme Smoke Show and Feather in the Wind are making their turf debuts. Thunder's Rock and Roll now favored, close to even money. The favored mare goes in. Morally Complex, joined by Extreme Diva. And now, Extreme Smoke Show in the successful Extreme Racing Stable colors. Feather in the Wind goes in. 6-pack. They're racing. Absolutely picture-perfect start. Feather in the Wind in her turf debut, like the wind, at 15-1 with a killer crossover, grabs the lead, and that lead is 2.5 lengths. Knowles Angel takes up the running in second. Thunder's Rock and Roll behind the Speedy 2. After that Extreme Smoke Show in her turf debut, she's wide and about 5 out of it. And to the outside of Morally Complex, the one in last, Extreme Diva. Feather in the Wind outbroke the field, still leads it by half a head. The pressure is Knowles Angel to the outside. Thunder's Rock and Roll is in the clear, if good enough. Behind that one, the gray Extreme Smoke Show. And here comes Thunder's Rock and Roll. On the far outside, Extreme Smoke Show. Inside, Extreme Diva is finishing very fast, but Thunder will rock and roll in the winner's enclosure, winning the Mr. Dale. And the second race is official. Thunder's Rock and Roll paid $280, $210, $210, okay. 56.49 the final time. Race number 3 is just about 20 minutes from now. It's the Vic Meyers. No scratches. Into the winner's enclosure, Thunder's Rock and Roll and Fausto da Silva. The winning owner is Bob Lindgren, and the winning trainer, Wade Rerick. Thunder's Rock and Roll is a 5-year-old bay mare by McLean's Music out of Thunder and Honey, bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. Bob Lindgren. Vic Meyers time, 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Absolutely picture-perfect start. Feather in the Wind in her turf debut, like the wind, at 15-1 with a killer crossover, grabs the lead, and that lead is 2.5 lengths. Knowles Angel takes up the running in second. Thunder's Rock and Roll behind the Speedy 2. After that Extreme Smoke Show in her turf debut, she's wide and about 5 out of it, and to the outside of Morally Complex, the one in last, Extreme Diva. Feather in the Wind outbroke the field, still leads it by half a head. The pressure is Knowles Angel to the outside. Thunder's Rock and Roll is in the clear, if good enough. Behind that one, the gray Extreme Smoke Show. And here comes Thunder's Rock and Roll. On the far outside, Extreme Smoke Show. Inside, Extreme Diva's finishing very fast, but Thunder will rock and roll in the winner's enclosure, winning the Mr. Dale.
Very nice run, and congratulations to Bob Lindgren. Now we move on from Thunder's Rock and Roll to the third. Let's go to the main track. Let's take them 6 furlongs, and the boys will come out to play in this upcoming third race. We've got just 5 of them coming up, and it's a very nice group. And Kevin DeMine's selection is the very first one that's going to come out here. And Towner 2 has not been facing off against Minnesota breds lately, and that's what he is tasked with today. The last time that he did face Min breds, he beat them by 9. That was breaking his maiden after running in the Northern Lights Futurity, and he wasn't disgraced in that spot. He was only beaten about 6 lengths, and Towner 2 had to deal with some weather the last time that he ran. He had some different things thrown at him. He hasn't broken out of the gate very well, though. That's the one thing I'm looking for with Towner 2. Let's see how much he's learned about getting going a little bit earlier, because he has a heck of a kick when he does get himself in good position. We'll just see if he can do that from the rail today. It's going to be extra important with that inside post position that he does break a bit better than he has in the past. Southgate Gator right next door is also a Mac Robertson trainee. There's 3 of those in here. Southgate Gator, though, hasn't run since he was 2 years old. This will be his first start as a 3-year-old, and he started out things on the turf. I mean, he is bred to be a pretty good turf horse, and he improved when he went from start 1 on the dirt to start 2 over on the grass. Now, that day he did still lose by half a length, but it was a much improved effort, and I would think that maybe Southgate Gator, with a little bit more distance, with a return to that turf, might show a little bit more than he would against this particular bunch. But hey, I mean, maybe he is just that much better at 3 than he was at 2. That can be a big, huge jump. And I mean, this was a sale topper a couple of years ago. There were definitely expectations when they bought this horse, so maybe he has turned a corner and will show a little bit more at a pretty decent 9-2. Our June for Cars is trying to win 3 in a row, and that was after a long stretch of maiden races and stakes racing in the Northern Lights Futurity, where he was the runner-up. He has really put things together in a big way in his return to Canterbury Park this year. Now, he started off with a 3rd, but ever since then, things have gone very, very well because he has been on the front end. Our June for Cars has run much better when he is on the lead, and that's a distinct possibility against this group, who either have done better coming from off the pace or have not quite shown his brand of speed. He is very, very quick, and Santiago is going to take over the riding duties today, as Gallardo had been in the saddle his last 2 victories. However, he ends up on the neighbor, TC Gold. He's on the 4 in here instead, and that one had previously been ridden by Harry Hernandez, but TC Gold was very impressive in breaking his maiden at the beginning of the season. I mean, he pulled away in the stretch. It was very, very impressive what he did. I mean, he tried to keep the rail horse tucked in, moved ahead when the leader tied out, and just broke away from that field. And TC Gold didn't follow it up with a similar effort in that allowance. I mean, yeah, it was against pretty similar company to this, but it was also against some elders. Maybe coming back to this sort of group and getting to the outside will help TC Gold, but it has to help him an awful lot just based on that last effort. So I'm going to use him underneath maybe and give a bigger shot to a horse like Way Up North on the outside. If things get very hot and heavy up front, if things go way too fast, Way Up North showed that he has quite the closing kick in breaking his maiden last time around. And he didn't really show much of that in the first 2, but boy, the light bulb went on in a big way last time at 12-1. He does have to turn things around on Arjun for Cars, but he did take some money in his first 2 starts too. You could see in the first click that Way Up North did have some support at the windows. The price went up, but he pulled through last time with that long shot victory. And I would not be surprised to see him at least become a part of the exacta in this group, just because I think some horses will probably try to go after Arjun for Cars just because he has proven he is so lethal on the front end. We'll see how it goes with the 5 of them in 8 minutes. They are headed out to the track right now, and you can do win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and pick 3 wagers if you so choose. It's a nice little group of 5. They are track bound for the 3rd, but stay tuned. In the next 8 minutes, at some point, you are going to get a power play from Kevin Gorg. That is something you do not want to miss.
Hello, Canterbury faithful. Welcome up to the press box. It's time for our power play of the night. Thank you to Tri-State Bobcat tonight, race 7. Number 6, Carson Bay. I just had the pleasure of working with Carson Bay's jockey, Erica Murray, at our Whiskey and Wings function on floor 3. I'm going to tell you the particulars here. Most importantly, stakes dropper. Ran in the Lady Slipper last time, and I mean, she ran her heart out against Thunder's Rock and Roll, who just came back to win our most recent race. She's just got the best speed in the race, and she's got a jockey that knows how to use it. Let's go back and watch this race because, in my opinion, the fastest female on the grounds we just saw, Thunder's Rock and Roll, and you're going to see this race take off. Here's Carson Bay. Here's Thunder's Rock and Roll, and I am telling you, they go lickety-split on the front end, 21 and change. There are no horses in this race tonight that want any part of Thunder's Rock and Roll, and this horse proved last time that she can go toe-to-toe, and she hung in there until deep into the stretch. So I believe Carson Bay is ready to win tonight. Good luck to Erica Murray. She is so gracious about her time, and she joined us up on that 3rd level for Whiskey and Wings. It's race 7. It's number 6. It's the power play with Carson Bay.
All right, we're down here on track. We're talking quick about Ram Trucks Rodeo that's coming up July 18th through the 20th, and we have Luke and Trevor who are going to try to be roping Lucky right out here on the track. Give them a little encouragement because the first person that lassos Lucky is going to get a couple of tickets to the Ram Trucks Rodeo. This is a 3-day PRCA sanctioned rodeo, and you guys, whenever you're ready, take a shot at Lucky. That's one of the easier animals to rope, I think, of this whole rodeo event. Come on, you guys, get one of those ears, get the whole thing. Come on, guys. Luke, Trevor, let's go. Get lassoing. Oh, come on, Trevor, or Luke, you almost had him. You almost had him. Come on, guys, you can do it. If you want to see some pros go at this, remember, check out CanterburyPark.com. Check out tickets for the rodeo. There you go. There you go, Luke. Pull it tight, get his ear. Come on, bring him in. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. We can leave that one up to the judges. If you each get a ticket, so be it. But one of you is getting a daily double pack, I sure think that Luke gets the tickets to that rodeo. Remember, CanterburyPark.com. If you want to see something just like this, we'll see how many times Lucky gets lassoed in the course of the rodeo. You're going to want to see it. 18th through the 20th.
It's race time. Into the gate for the third, the Vic Meyers.
Better hurry. Don't get shut out.
There in the gate. And they're racing. Lickety split start for TC Gold. Towner 2 at 1-2 flies out of the gate comfortably. And our June for Cars at 2.5-1 applies pressure. It's 1-3-4-2-5 in the early stages. And at 2-5, Towner 2 is in a slugfest with the red hot our June for Cars. TC Gold currently is getting the bronze in third, but is ranging up on the outside. Then we come back about 5 lengths to way up north, way back to Southgate. Gator in last, and they're approaching the top of the stretch in the Vic Meyers. Towner 2 leads it by 2. Our June for Cars needs to do more. TC Gold is revving up to the outside about 4 lengths from the lead. Then it's way up north and still nothing from Southgate Gator, and they're charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Towner 2 and the leading man with a healthy advantage. Behind that one is TC Gold celebrating for the silver because Towner 2 is the Vic Meyers champion. Racing, lickety split start for TC Gold. Towner 2 at 1-2 flies out of the gate comfortably, and our June for Cars at 2.5 to 1 applies pressure. It's 1-3-4-2-5 in the early stages, and at 2 to 5, Towner 2 is in a slugfest with the red hot our June for Cars. TC Gold currently is getting the bronze in third, but is ranging up on the outside. Then we come back about 5 lengths to way up north, way back to Southgate. Gator in last, and they're approaching the top of the stretch in the Vic Meyers. Towner 2 leads it by 2. Our June for Cars needs to do more. TC Gold is revving up to the outside, about 4 lengths from the lead. Then it's way up north and still nothing from Southgate. Gator, and they're charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Towner 2 and the leading man with a healthy advantage. Behind that one is TC Gold celebrating for the silver because Towner 2 is the Vic Meyers champion. A nice win in race number 3. Now we move on to race number 4. This is the Minnesota Turf Distaff Allowance, celebrating the Hall of Fame members who joined the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame. Cupid's Crush, the Lady Canterbury champion earlier this year. Maybe one day she'll be in the Hall of Fame, but it's certain. One of the greats in the history of this racetrack, Karen Offerman, is in the Hall of Fame, and she's with KG.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be with Karen Offerman. Last night was such a special dinner, and you know, for me, just a fan of the game and a guy that comes out here and yik-yaks about the horses, to see all the people in that room and the passion for the game, it had to make you feel extra special.
Oh, it sure did. It was an amazing evening, and it was just so fun to see all the people. You know, I've been here since it started, 40 years, something like that. And seeing a lot of the folks that I haven't seen because they don't come out as much anymore. It was really fun, plus everybody that we see on a daily basis, but all dressed up, and, you know, it was great.
What the race fans don't see is how these horses become a part of your family. And we recognize your silks, the beautiful pink silks with the aqua. But when you breed a horse and own a horse and you're around these horses like you are, what does it feel like on race day when they come out here and then they end up winning, which we've seen a couple times here in the last week?
Well, it's really a great feeling. I mean, if it's a feeling of accomplishment, but you almost feel better for Troy and for the horses and all the people that work so hard. I mean, I pay the bills, but I don't have a farm anymore, so I'm not taking care of them day to day. And it's really fun to see that success. And you know, it validates all the work you've done and they've done, and it keeps you going to have a win once in a while.
Well, you and I have a lot in common. We both love Canterbury. We've both been here from day one. That first summer, this place was packed. Why do you think this track and these people have connected for almost 40 years now? These crowds have been consistent in Shakopee.
Well, it's because of the fact that it's a family-friendly place. Yep. We started out when we acquired the track in 1994 and reopened in 95. We decided, we put in the first playground and did the family Sundays, and we tried to attract people for the entertainment value. And then they would learn about racing. So we wanted to get rid of the green eye shade, old grumpy old men kind of, you know, atmosphere, and make it a family-friendly atmosphere, and I think that it has worked.
It has worked brilliantly. Congratulations on last night. So well-deserved, and so happy to see us be able to celebrate all of you tonight with this great crowd. Enjoy it.
Thank you much.
Guys, that's Karen Offerman, a big part of racing in Minnesota from day one. We're going to bring in Angela Herman to handicap along with me here for this race. And, you know, we were both a part of that last night. You and Paul Allen did an awesome job mediating that. Just to see the people like Karen Offerman and Joe Novogratz and Jeff Maday and Mac Robertson, all the luminaries celebrate the game we love so much. It reminded me just how lucky we are to have this track.
Well, and I think looking into the history, it just reminds you how many people have really stuck together, like she said. I mean, we see so much of these, so many go to different parts of the country during the winter, but constantly reuniting and making more new memories and good memories up here. It is such an honor to be a part of that ceremony and to really celebrate some of the people that both you and I grew up watching from a distance. And we've been blessed to call them now coworkers and friends. And it is a great honor, again, to really put them in a spot where they deserve to be recognized forever in that Hall of Fame.
Well stated. Let's take a look at this field, because I thought, as I looked at these races a couple days ago, that we were going to probably have one of our heavier favorites of the night. And there's no question we both land in the same spot. It wasn't hard to get there. We love Cupid's Crush. She's a monster. But here's the handicapping question I just asked you up in the press box. She doesn't race very frequently. She just ran after a long layoff, and she's back in 2 weeks. Now, she did it easy. She looks great tonight in the paddock. Any trepidation as you handicap this race, knowing that coming back in 2 weeks in this day and age with horse racing just isn't very easy to do?
I know that, but that's a good thing. I mean, just run them while they're running, right? So
yeah.
She's a 5-year-old with 21 lifetime starts. I wouldn't worry at all. If Cupid's Crush is telling them, and she's telling us right now that that didn't take that much out of her. I mean, if she's ready to roll, she's probably telling him that, and I'm not going to disagree with it. You know, Cupid's Crush gets the outside running. She has a lot of things working for her as opposed to against her. And her stablemate, the one that I thought, or one of her stablemates, Scent of Success, that I thought might be able to keep things pushing along on the front end. You wouldn't expect those two to duel or anything like that. So it just looks like a good race for both of them, but especially for her for where she drew.
I've got a long shot I'm going to use in my exacta box because the favorite's going to be around 4 to 5 or even money. I think the 2, Go Leanne Go, can sneak in there. And the reason I think she can is she looks like a horse that's trending in the right direction. And she's a closer, and she can sit off whatever pace there is. And when some of those horses are maybe tired of chasing Cupid's Crush, maybe she can pick up the pieces.
I just don't think that there is going to be that fast a pace in here. It really depends on what some of the horses with tactical speed, like a Kooky Berry, like Scent of Success, try to do. Because for the most part, with the rest of them, and Retired Kathy did show speed down in Florida. Don't be surprised to see her take the initiative in here. There's just a couple of questions that you have to ask with some of those pace horses. You don't have to ask those same questions with Cupid's Crush, and that's why she is such a heavy favorite.
All right, our horse looks fantastic. We're watching Cupid's Crush go by one more time. So are you on the television monitors. If you can't beat her, you can single her. If you can beat her, you might get paid. Paul Allen loves number 1, Scent of Success. It's going to be a heck of a race. It's 7.5 furlongs. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, ladies and gentlemen, on the track to the turf for the 9th Minnesota Turf Distaff. No scratches. Racing at Canterbury, co-sponsored by Jim Beam. Elegant, smooth, refined. And Bushlight. Look no farther than Bushlight. Ladies and gentlemen, join us next weekend, July 18, 19, and 20, for the return of the Ram Trucks Rodeo to Canterbury Park. Produced by Extreme Events Minnesota, it's the best new rodeo in the Midwest. The Friday night after party features national country recording artist John Morgan, and there will be other great entertainment all weekend long. Get your tickets at canterburypark.com. 5 minutes to the Hashimoto. Two minutes. Let's go down to the finish line, adjacent to the turf course, for some late in the action handicapping with Angela and Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, PA. We know that the favorite, Cupid's Crush, is going to be tough, but I do think the pace in this race is a little bit of a mystery, Angela. Kooky Berry figures to go. Retired Kathy didn't run her race last time, but if you go back to some of that Tampa form, she might be out there too. And I think what those two do is going to dictate what kind of trip the favorite gets, and I still think a couple of those inside horses could be a late charger.
Well, and I would guess to try to take the advantages away from Cupid's Crush that she has, you would try to go. I mean, being to the inside of her, maybe forcing her to go wide are some of the things that are going to level the playing field for the rest of these against Cupid's Crush. But it's still going to be a matter of doing that early. You're probably going to know pretty early on if she is going to get that ideal setup that we envision for her in handicapping this race. But as far as the board looks, everybody is at such an appealing price besides her. I mean, if you do like any one of these and you are going to play some sort of multi-race wager and you don't like Cupid's Crush, have at it and use as many options as you can.
Yeah, the way I would bet the race, because I don't want to bet 1 to 2. If you bet $2 to win, you get back $3. I would do a couple of straight exactas. I would do a straight exacta 6-1 and a straight exacta 6-2. I think both the inside two horses figure to be a late factor. This horse, PA, is 5 for 5 on our turf course. We all know how tough it is to win one turf race. They're tight, they're always close to the wire, and this horse has proven that she can't be beat here. We'll see if that streak continues. This is going to be a humdinger.
Yeah, no doubt. And Cupid's Crush, given it is HOF weekend, with these earnings at nearly $500,000 from just 21 races. She is Canterbury Park HOF bound, absolutely. Potentially likewise for the owners, too, Extreme Racing, who have really infused a lot of money and a lot of energy into this game through the last 10 years. And as they reach the gate for the Minnesota Turf Distaff, it also behooves us to pay homage to the mare who's won this race the last 3 years, Midnight Current. She absolutely will be a Canterbury Park Hall of Famer one day. She retired from racing after last year, but Midnight Current, owned by the late Bob Lothenbach, that was a monster mare. Who's next in the Minnesota Turf Distaff? Cupid's Crush is 3-5. Scent of Success 5-1 in the win wagering. As we move in for race number 4 on the beautiful Canterbury Park turf course. Firm, rails all the way in. Gypsy Reward shares a home with Scent of Success and Cupid's Crush. And here is the Lady Canterbury champion, Cupid's Crush. And they're racing in the Minnesota Turf Distaff. It's the 9th running, and Retired Kathy pops confidently at 19-1 and immediately takes the lead. Cupid's Crush crushed down to 1-9 in the win wagering with that last click, and it's Retired Kathy with All About Upset on her mind. Scent of Success off the layoff tracks, 2 lengths from the lead. Cupid's Crush is under a very tight hold by the leading man in third, just to the outside of stablemate Scent of Success. The white horse to the inside is Go, Leanne Go, now joined by Kooky Berry, and after that, Gypsy Reward 8 lengths behind Retired Kathy and Chad Lindsay, and Retired Kathy still leads it clearly. Scent of Success on the prowl, likewise for Cupid Crush, who's pulling Harry Hernandez out of the saddle, and now 1 and 6 are set to cut together, but Retired Kathy re-breaks and turns them away at least that first time, and in fact opens up by a length and a half, make it 2. Lindsay just took a peek back looking for competition at 19-1. Here comes Cupid's Crush, the Lady Canterbury champion, to the outside. After that, Go, Leanne Go, and Scent of Success. This long shot means business. Retired Kathy from the heavily favored Cupid's Crush, who had her heart broken. Retired Kathy blows the tote board to Burnsville. Number 4, Retired Kathy first. 1-9 favorite second. Photography for the rest. The numbers 4, 6, 3, 1. 128.78, the final time. First victory in the 9 runnings of the Turf Distaff for Canterbury Park Immortality owner Pete Matson, viewing from afar in Florida. Also the first for trainer DVW and rider Chad Lindsay. 3 parts of the way into the pick 5, and a massive upset. The upset's official. First pick 4 today paid $152.20. Race number 5 is 22 minutes from now. We're back to a fast main track for the final pick 4 today. This one on races 5 through 8. Scratch number 1, keen to go. The bachelor party in the winner's circle is loving Retired Kathy. And now, into the winner's enclosure, the Minnesota Turf Distaff champions, Retired Kathy and Chad Lindsay. Winning owner is Pete Matson. The winning trainer, DVW David Van Winkle. Kathy is a 4-year-old bay filly by firing line out of Shaw. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. Pete Matson. Get ready, Bennett. Big screen. There you go, Bennett. Well done, little buddy. Thank you very much. A Van Winkle rings the winner circle bell, meaning at least $100 to the Canterbury Park Ministry Program. It's the Chaplaincy Backside Foundation, providing resources and services such as education and mental and physical health support to our friends on the backside. Head to the bookkeeper, fill out the paperwork, please. Race 5, 20 minutes from now. And they're racing in the Minnesota Turf Distaff. It's the 9th running, and Retired Kathy pops confidently at 19-1 and immediately takes the lead. Cupid's Crush crushed down to 1-9 in the win wagering with that last click, and it's Retired Kathy with All About Upset on her mind. Scent of Success off the layoff tracks, 2 lengths from the lead. Cupid's Crush is under a very, very tight hold by the leading man in third. Just to the outside of stablemate Scent of Success. The white horse to the inside is Go, Leanne Go, now joined by Kooky Berry. And after that, Gypsy Reward, 8 lengths behind Retired Kathy and Chad Lindsay. And Retired Kathy still leads it clearly. Scent of Success on the prowl. Likewise for Cupid's Crush, who's pulling Harry Hernandez out of the saddle. And now 1 and 6 are set to cut together, but Retired Kathy re-breaks and turns them away at least that first time, and in fact opens up by a length and a half, make it 2. Lindsay just took a peek back looking for competition at 19-1. Here comes Cupid's Crush, the Lady Canterbury champion, to the outside. After that, Go, Leanne Go, and Scent of Success. This long shot means business. Retired Kathy from the heavily favored Cupid's Crush, who had her heart broken. Retired Kathy blows the tote board to Burnsville. 16 lead to the inside, and outside is Ruby's Posse, and here comes Divine Gift with a burst. Outside of that, Ruby's Posse, and on the inside is Tactical Express. It's Daynata desperately trying to hold on. Ruby's Posse and Tactical Express on the inside comes surging and passes them all. Tactical Express found the expressway home. Angel to the outside. Thunder's Rock and Roll is in the clear, if good enough. Behind that one, the gray Extreme Smoke Show. And here comes Thunder's Rock and Roll. On the far outside, Extreme Smoke Show. Inside, Extreme Divas finishing very fast. But Thunder will rock and roll in the winner's enclosure, winning the Mr. Dale. Side about 4 lengths from the lead, then it's way up north and still nothing from Southgate Gator, and they're charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Towner 2 and the leading man with a healthy advantage. Behind that one is TC Gold celebrating for the silver because Towner 2 is the Vic Meyers champion. Just took a peek back looking for competition at 19-1. Here comes Cupid's Crush, the Lady Canterbury champion to the outside. After that, Go Leanne Go, Incentive Success. This long shot means business. Retired Kathy from the heavily favored Cupid's Crush, who had her heart broken. Retired Kathy blows the tote board to Burnsville.
What a ride by Chad Lindsay. Jeff Maday, the recent Hall of Fame inductee, has talked about it for years. If you give Chad Lindsay the front on a good racehorse, and make no mistake, Retired Kathy is a very good racehorse, he'll do the rest. And he rationed that speed brilliantly. The favorite had to go a little bit wide. That was the difference. And upsets happen in horse racing. It's what makes the game so fantastic. If you're still alive in the pick 5, you might want to think about having a wheelbarrow delivered if you hit it, because you're going to need to take some cash home today. You got to survive another tough leg. This looks like a wide open race. Look at the betting right now and how spread out the money is. I'm a sucker for a gray, though, and I'm all over number 2, Dual Monarchy. I get my girl Kelsey hard to ride. Bobby Klein's barn is going well, starting to heat up. And what I like about Dual Monarchy is this horse comes off a very troubled trip. If you're going to bet the races at Canterbury, use the resources you have. And the racing form's a part of the story. But head to CanterburyPark.com and check out the replays. They're available for all of our races in the last decade. And last time out, this horse had a really tough trip. Braided mane, great horse, natural speed. I'll trust Kelsey to do the rest. Right now, 5-2 on Dual Monarchy. Don't sleep on Mousie's horse. He loves Deflator. He always talks about Flaty. Hey, Flaty's running today. Eddie G says, you know what? I'll pick up the mount here if Kelsey's not going to be aboard. 1 for 19 at Canterbury is the tough news, but 9 for 19 in the trifecta. We'll see if Deflator can sit off the pace and pounce at 6-1. The people's choice is Browntown. I'm not surprised. I wasn't buying the hype with the 6-1 morning line. Paul Allen and I talked about this in our Today at the Races preview show. Browntown's just too good to be 6-1. You're not going to get it. You're likely going to get under 2-1. Right now you're getting 7-5. And Browntown is racing third off the bench with natural speed and a horse that can really be put anywhere in the race. To me, the horse to beat, and the really good news for Browntown, the race he comes out of, the horses that ran first and second in front of his third place finish have both come back to win. So Exit's a live race. I can't build you a ticket without having the 4 somewhere, and 7-5 is your price. Now, you might have missed the wedding, but how about Syntactic last time? With Santiago astride, they came roaring down the stretch to win at 32-1. 32-1. The pace should be hot. The horse should be closing and is sharp right now. And Martin Escobar, who was one of my favorite jockeys back in the day, like Nick Goodwin, proving that they can do a lot more than ride a horse. They can train too. He's done a great job with Syntactic, who is absolutely a late danger here. Number 6 is Mount Zerer. Carlo Lopez for Jose Silva. Top trainer, tip sheet tout, stalking speed. Looks great in the paddock. Look at that coat. Healthy looking coat on the muscle. Good looking racehorse. The betting is spread out. The intrigue is on, and if you're alive in the pick 4 or the pick 5, you're looking to get paid. And that late pick 4 starts right now. You're seeing the 4-horse exit right now late. That's Browntown with the jockey. They got permission from the stewards. Sometimes these horses are a little high-strung, so they come out away from the group. And our television crew at Canterbury, led by Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, does a fabulous job of following these equine athletes all the way to the starting gate. Johnny's down here directing traffic as I speak, so keep an eye on Browntown, the likely favorite as we get ready to rock and roll. It's race number 5. It's coming up, and it's coming at you next.
All right, we're 4 minutes away from race number 5, and this angle isn't so much based on statistics or anything like that, but more so it's really nice to see Daler Barrios Lopez back in the saddle, if I could speak. In race number 7, he's riding Mary B's Legacy. This is Mary B's Legacy's 3-race career, and as you can see, she started off the year with a bang. And who was in the saddle that day? Daler Barrios Lopez. We're going to take a look at the stretch run of that because she gets flattered in the upcoming results of some of the subsequent races of these runners. And if you saw, there's a couple of names that she is going to be running against again today. Miss Stilettos is back here, and Flatter Me Baby, who's had a very good 2025, is in second. And even though Mary B's Legacy didn't go that fast early, she burst away from them late. And this was the kind of performance that I'm looking for today, as well as that kind of break on the rail. She'll need that, but if she does so, I think that Daler's first winner of the meet could very well become his second, and that's Mary B's Legacy in the 7th.
The horses are approaching the gate.
Happy 28th wedding anniversary to Scott and Molly in the winner's circle right now, ladies and gentlemen.
It's race time.
Into the gate they go for race number 5. Happy birthday, Parker Hughes. Happy birthday, Parker Hughes, from all of us here at Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Broke is 1. Dual Monarchy made the start this evening, and Kelsey Haar puts Dual Monarchy right on the lead. That's the great Dual Monarchy, the 2-5 favorite, leading it by 1.5. Deflator lay second, about 2.5 clear from Browntown. Browntown races to the inside of Mount Zeror, and then the one at the rear is Syntactic, trying to win 2 in a row. They're covered by 8 lengths. Up the Canterbury Park barn side they go, and they're chasing the speedy Dual Monarchy, and it's Dual Monarchy by 1.5. Deflator at 15-1 is second. Then it's Mount Zeror. That one is creeping in. That's the 6, just to the outside of Browntown, who's within 3. Meanwhile, Dual Monarchy and Kelsey Haar. Kelsey hasn't moved an inch on that gray, and everybody else is working hard behind him, including Syntactic, who's beginning to close in smartly at 6-1. They're approaching the top of the stretch, round about the quarter pole, and Dual Monarchy trying to sail wire to wire. Dual Monarchy leads by 5. Syntactic goes into second, running by Deflator, and behind them is Mount Zeror. They're inside the final football field, and the only one scoring the touchdown is Dual Monarchy, who is gone. And they're racing. Broke as one. Dual Monarchy made the start this evening, and Kelsey Haar puts Dual Monarchy right on the lead. That's the gray Dual Monarchy, the 2-5 favorite, leading it by 1.5. Deflator lay second, about 2.5 clear from Browntown. Browntown races to the inside of Mount Zeror, and then the one at the rear is Syntactic, trying to win 2 in a row. They're covered by 8 lengths. Up the Canterbury Park barn side they go, and they're chasing the speedy Dual Monarchy, and it's Dual Monarchy by 1.5. Deflator at 15-1 is second. Then it's Mount Zeror. That one is creeping in. That's the 6, just to the outside of Browntown, who's within 3. Meanwhile, Dual Monarchy and Kelsey Haar. Kelsey hasn't moved an inch on that gray, and everybody else is working hard behind him, including Syntactic, who's beginning to close in smartly at 6-1. They're approaching the top of the stretch, round about the quarter pole, and Dual Monarchy trying to sail wire to wire. Dual Monarchy leads by 5. Syntactic goes into second, running by Deflator, and behind them is Mount Zeror. They're inside the final football field, and the only one scoring the touchdown is Dual Monarchy, who is gone.
Well, we're back down here in the paddock. An awesome crowd. We got whiskey and wings up on the third floor. And Angela, we've talked about the rodeo, which is next week. You can go to CanterburyPark.com. The rodeo is huge fun, beautiful people, belt buckles, some fun drinks, music, the whole thing. But the silver lining is for us, we get a week off. I'm going to head up north, but we get a race card tomorrow where a lot of these trainers are going to empty the barn. We've got huge fields tomorrow, so I get it. Tomorrow's Extreme Day, and the kids are going to see the llamas, and they're going to see the donkeys and the pesky ostriches and everything. It's going to be great. You're going to have that zebra dress on. It's going to be lovely. But for us that like to bet the races, tomorrow is going to be spectacular.
Yes, it is. And we kind of get the same effect coming out of the break, too. Since we go to 4 days a week, it's nice to have a little rest in the mix so that trainers can just refresh. Horses can have a little bit of time off. It's like a halftime, so to speak. They do get the time to just recharge the batteries. So now we move on to the second half of the season, but in between, like you mentioned, is that rodeo. We still got some really nice races to get to, though, before we complete our racing for the weekend. And I thought that the price might come down. We were talking just before we came down here about Frosty View and about how he put in that dynamic race last time, sprinting on the turf. Now he's going to stretch out, and right now he's 9-2 off a 9-5 morning line. Your thoughts?
I'm not surprised. I'll get this. You want to know how good this race is? Frosty View is trained by Joel Byrne, one of the best in the history of our track. Comes off a 100 Beyer speed figure, and you're going to get nearly 5-1 odds. This horse is fast. This horse is sharp. And, oh, by the way, Harry Hernandez is astride. Angela, to me, that tells you just how deep and talented this race number 6 is.
Well, and I would say that the game plan with the rail draw was pretty obvious anyway, but definitely is going to be catch him if you can. Now, the opposite holds true for Fountain Jordan, who generally doesn't lead the way, but can sit a little bit closer. He's 9-2 as well, and Fountain Jordan is just making his third start of the year. I gave him a shot. I used him underneath. I just thought that there would be some pace for him to run on here. He makes sense.
He's had back-to-back rough trips in the stretch. If he gets a clean run, I think he's got a chance. The only question I had when I handicapped, and I was really torn between both the 3 and the 5, but you're running on 7 days rest. And for me, I had to go with the rested horse, but I would not be surprised if Fountain Jordan comes roaring down the stretch and wins this race. It wouldn't surprise me a bit. Now, Haunted Haze is a super sharp horse and a really nice horse. I didn't know if the pace, though, would allow this horse to get a comfortable trip. I think the bookenders here are going to make this race awfully uncomfortable for Haunted Haze.
Well, yes, and Haunted Haze looks very much keyed up on the other side of the paddock. I think that even if you wanted to restrain him right now, he wouldn't be having much of it. And when he has made those 2-turn turf starts, he has been on or near the front end. And that seems to be a theme that does apply, like you said, from inside to outside of this gate. And it makes you like Xavier Dave even more, even though he is 2-1, given his sparkling record over this turf course, his versatility, and his ability to lay off the pace.
Yeah, and he looks great. You know, off a layoff, you got a 6-year-old horse here. I wanted to see what Xavier Dave looked like. I'm all good with what I'm seeing right now. Healthy-looking coat, on the muscle. I'm not surprised. Mac Robertson is so good at getting these horses to fire fresh. Next door is Mystifier, who's going to get a hot pace and who's a deep closer that won last time at 8-1. Class is the question, but I love the pace scenario for the 6.
And that was a heck of a ride by Santiago to get this horse up by a neck, because this horse has got himself into photos at the end of races, but he pulled it off that day, and Mystifier has done by far his best racing over our turf.
And how about the Alligator Hunter, Ange? 16 wins from 39 starts. He just runs his race, man.
The X Factor, the one who has speed from the outside, Alonso Quinones, can really be wherever he wants early on in the race. Could make some things very uncomfortable to those to his left. And we'll see how he does decide to navigate this aboard the Alligator Hunter, but the class is definitely there.
How about T-Pop taking a swing on this 4? Out on her own with Haunted Haze. Pack a lunch, T-Pop. What a race. We've got 7.5 furlongs on the grass. You just saw the grid of selections. You got to put your money where your mind is. That's the beauty of the game. Get to the windows. Enjoy awesome turf racing right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen, expert call to the post, brings them onto the track and then to the firm turf course for the Ralph Strangis. Scratch number 2, It's Bob's Business. Racing at Canterbury is sponsored in part by Pepsi and John Deere. We also thank Kim Crawford, official partner of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. And we also thank Hormel. Be to the gate about 5 minutes from now. Bet more, win more. Five minutes to the Ralph Strangis, a race named in honor of the late Ralph Strangis, who was inducted into the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame for his service to the racing industry over more than 3 decades. Mr. Strangis twice served as chairman of the Minnesota Racing Commission, and that was from 89 to 92, and again from 2013 until his death in 2018. Ralph Strangis was an ardent racing fan and racehorse owner and is credited by many for saving live racing in Minnesota by presiding over a vote in 1992 which would not allow Ladbroke Racing to operate simulcast racing in the state without a commitment to live racing. May God rest the soul of Ralph Strangis, and we welcome Ralph's son Paul Strangis to Canterbury and the winner's circle today. Three minutes to race time. This one is quite contentious, despite the smallish numbers in the field. Let's handicap it. And before we do that, let's meet H.O. Jeff with Angela Herman.
I am very pleased to be joined by H.O. Effer. When Jeff Maday was inducted last night, it was a beautiful ceremony. We got together a lot of people that we love and that love Canterbury, and you definitely belong in that company. Now, if people don't know you, people don't see you on a daily basis, tell us a little bit about what you do and about what your message for people about Canterbury is and what you think.
Well, I'm the publicity person here. So basically, I work with all the people involved at Canterbury to tell the story at Canterbury Park. So if you think about the people, and just look out here. Beautiful Saturday night, the stands are full. You meet friends, you have a great time at the track. That's really what this is all about, and the stories are easy to tell. You think of the jockeys, the trainers, the horses that we've had here over the years. I mean, it's simple. There's a craving to learn about horse racing, I believe, in Minnesota. This is a great industry. We've had great athletes, great leadership here, and just good friends. This is where people come to have a good time, and that's what makes it fun.
It is a very fun experience, especially, working alongside of you. But of all the memories that you have to pull from Canterbury's history, do you have a certain horse that sticks out to you in your mind that got you hooked on the sport?
Well, I mean, the horse that got me hooked was Stillwater Billy. That was back in the Downs days. But you know what? The horse Captain Ripperton. I don't know if you remember Captain Ripperton, trained by the late Charlie Smith, one of my all-time favorites. And that was fun. We had a great summer when he ran here. But there's so many horses. I mean, we're going to see the Alligator Hunter. Look at the Alligator Hunter. I mean, he's a champion. That is a future Hall of Fame racehorse. You have Frosty View, who just ran a 100 Beyer speed figure, almost unseen in racing at Canterbury Park over the years. I mean, we have great racehorses here, and these are the Minnesota breds that put on a show every couple of weeks. It's a lot of fun.
Well, and you got to address all of us last night at the dinner. If you could address the crowd just with one last final message on behalf of yourself and on behalf of Canterbury, what would you say?
Horse racing in Minnesota is worth preserving, right? I mean, you have to agree with me, and we need to do that. We need to make things happen at the legislature this next year. We have to. It's an important industry. We got to support it, so thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for all that you do, and congratulations on being the newest member of the Hall of Fame.
Preach. On their way to the gate. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Ralph Strangis. This is the 9th running. AP is loose. Won it in 2017. The first time we ran the Strangis. For owner Joel Zamzow. HOF trainer Mac Robertson, who won this race 5 consecutive years. And last year was AP Dave. Xavier Dave trying to win this thing 3 years in a row. Last one in, the Alligator Hunter. And they're racing. Frosty View looking to win 2 in a row. Jumps out of the starting gate and puts 4 on the field post haste. The Alligator Hunter at 4-1 takes up the running in second to the outside of Haunted Haze. But it's Frosty View slowing down on the lead and owning it by 3. After that, Xavier Dave trying to win this race 3 consecutive years and is about 8 lengths from the front, 2.5, 3 clear from Found Jordan. And Mystifier would have to win 2 in a row from 15 out of it. They're chasing Frosty View and Harry Hernandez. Frosty View by 3. In second, the Alligator Hunter is tracking coyly. About 7 clear from Haunted Haze and Xavier Dave. Behind them is Found Jordan, 10 lengths out of it. And 7 clear from Mystifier, who's 17, 18 from the front off the far turn. Frosty View says, come and catch me if you want to win the Strangis. And Frosty View continues to cruise along with a 5-length lead. The Alligator Hunter is second. After that, Zavy Dave. Then we come to Found Jordan and Haunted Hayes, and they're into the final 150. Frosty View, all about handling the distance. And Frosty View and Harry Hernandez are the Ralph Strangis champions. Massive effort by number 1 Frosty View, completing the course in 127.76. Unofficially 1735. Race 6 is cashable. Race number 7 is on the dirt track. We have a double on races 7 and 8. It's Dr. Dan's late double. No scratches in race 7. Race time 20 minutes from now. Courtesy of Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. And we also thank By the Yard for 2025 sponsorship. Today's pick 5, $209.60. $209.60 for the 50-cent pick 5. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Frosty View and Harry Hernandez. Seas. Frosty View is owned by Charlene Gabler and the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Frosty View is a 4-year-old dark bay gelding by Frankel. Make that by Frosted out of Clare View. Bred in Minnesota by the late Bob Lothenbach. And they're racing. Frosty View looking to win 2 in a row. Jumps out of the starting gate and puts 4 on the field post haste. The Alligator Hunter at 4-1 takes up the running in second to the outside of Haunted Haze. But it's Frosty View slowing down on the lead and owning it by 3. After that, Zavy Dave trying to win this race 3 consecutive years and is about 8 lengths from the front, 2.5, 3 clear from Found Jordan, and Mystifier would have to win 2 in a row from 15 out of it. They're chasing Frosty View and Harry Hernandez. Frosty View by 3. In second, the Alligator Hunter is tracking coyly. About 7 clear from Haunted Haze and Zavy Dave. Behind them is Found Jordan, 10 lengths out of it, and 7 clear from Mystifier, who's 17, 18 from the front, off the far turn. Frosty View says, come and catch me if you want to win the Strangis. And Frosty View continues to cruise along with a 5-length lead. The Alligator Hunter is second. After that, Zavy Dave. Then we come to Found Jordan and Haunted Haze, and they're into the final 150. Frosty View all about handling the distance, and Frosty View and Harry Hernandez are the Ralph Strangis champions.
Well, Frosty View, Angela, validated that 100 buyer speed figure. When you go out there and put 5 on the Alligator Hunter, routing, stretching out like that horse did, that was super impressive.
Indeed. And if you think you got the best horse, go put him on the lead, make them come and catch you. And nobody could today. Frosty View takes his talents to a new level in a longer distance, and we congratulate the connections of Frosty View on yet another very impressive win. Wherever he goes next, look out to that competition. Let's take it back to the main track, shall we? Let's head things off with the Genter. And in this 7th race, this one looked like one of the finest betting races of the day. And you really like a filly towards the outside. I like a horse on the inside named Mary B's Legacy. Now try to talk me off her because I really like her in this spot, but I see that she's not getting the most support on the board at 7-1. What do you think?
Oh, she can win. I mean, anytime Mac Robertson has a young horse that's lightly raced, the way she won last time was impressive. Now, the competition is dramatically different when you're taking on a horse like I believe is the favorite in the 6. The Valiant Charge. But no, I can't talk you off the horse, especially at a price. The question mark will be the pace of the race. If they both go, I absolutely believe the 6 is the faster horse. But 6 is outside, 1 is inside. And they might just hustle this 1 out and really take the race over. Richard Migliore on the national side works for the NYRA with Andrew Offerman, talks about it on Fox Sports all the time. If you've got a horse with speed, you go and let the others adjust to you. You don't look around waiting for somebody else. So I expect your guy on the inside to go.
And we do want to welcome Daler Barrios Lopez back to the saddle. And hopefully Mary B's Legacy can give him his 2nd win of the meet right after the 1st win that they put up. And like you said, that was very impressive towards the outside. That was one of the reasons I liked her that day. But she is next to Sue Revenge, and we can talk about Sue Revenge in a second, but this filly does not break so hot. So even if she doesn't break right on top, it's okay. I mean, she does have a little wiggle room to get her strides going and to get herself really in the mix. She obviously seems a little bit better close to the pace at this juncture of her career, but it is only start number 4. I think she could both show more versatility and show more determination down the stretch too, but we know that she has at least the talent like she's shown a couple of times. Now, Sue Revenge has run only once on our main track. It was a successful run. She got up that day. That was against higher price state bred maiden claimers. And if she does find herself off the pace on the inside, I thought maybe she just couldn't find a very clear way through. But what do you make of her chances as she is 10-1?
I think she can get a piece. I just think the top win candidates in this race, and I would look at my 3 horses as the 1, 3, and 6 in the opposite order, are probably a little bit better than her right now. But she's got upside. She's lightly raced. She's trained by Mac. And I think it's really cool that Eddie G shows up to ride. That tells you that Mac probably thinks there's more to the story with this horse. I'm intrigued by the 3. I've got the horse 2nd. You've got the horse 2nd. 8-1 right now is awfully enticing on Flatter Me Baby.
Well, and Paul took her on top, and she has run nothing but good races since the start, and she has speed to go and take it to anybody that wants to go and try and steal this race on the front end. And Flatter Me Baby ran really well last time in holding off Hot Charlotte. I really liked Hot Charlotte that day because she was an older filly, but this one gave her all she wanted on the front end and put her away coming for home. And Flatter Me Baby seems like she would just get better too. I mean, that was the best racer for life last time around. This is only start 9. You get 8-1 too off a filly that was favored at even money last time around. It's that kind of good race. Now, Miss Stiletto's next door is 11-1. She too has speed, but wasn't able to quite make the top last time.
Yeah, she couldn't keep up with Flatter Me Baby, so that's the question mark. Flatter Me Baby, who's a fringe player as you look at the betting board right now, was able to really win comfortably against Miss Stiletto's. I like the workout. That 47-4 breeze gives me some encouragement, but she likes to be near the front, and I think the front's already spoken for. That could be a problem. Wildcat Mini, Tim Padilla, Pete Matson, and the Q. Where have I seen these guys before? Oh, yeah, the winner's circle 1,000 times.
And they tried this condition last time around, but she was another one that couldn't get close to the front end. She was favored, though, in the race that Mary B's Legacy won and Flatter Me Baby ran 2nd. Wildcat Many probably benefited from a little bit of time off. She had a tough campaign down at Tampa where she almost won another one against Open Company. And she's had to work in between. Maybe Wildcat Many, as a little bit fresher horse, will just come back firing. She's 8-1, and she is a little better value than the horse to her right. But Carson Bay, I know, is going to be very tough on the front end, or even if she does come from just off the pace because of the recent stakes company that she's been taking on.
Yeah, I really enjoyed having a chat with Erica Murray, the jockey, upstairs with the Whiskey and Wings crowd, and she knows she's got a fast horse, and she knows what to do. I'm going to trust Erica here. I know Gary Shear has this horse legged up and ready to go. If you duel with Thunder's Rock and Roll, you're in a good spot here. I really like this horse. She's a compact thing. She's a fast little horse. And my girl Erica is going to go out there and say, catch me if you can. Number 7, Competitive Nature. Your thoughts?
And Competitive Nature should be coming from off the pace with all that speed that we just outlined. Competitive Nature should be licking her chops, so to speak. She was 4th behind Flatter Me Baby last out, but it was her second start of the year. And I would expect her to pick up some steam as she goes along. I would use her underneath at 9-1. I mean, Competitive Nature won at second asking. Who knows what she's going to do today? She might find herself a little bit closer on the outside, but I see Gold on the outside. Another Mac Robertson runner who was good right away, won at first asking.
Yeah, getting bet too. This horse has been bet all the way through the wagering so far, 3-1 right now. Interesting that Harry chooses this one. He had options in this race. Outside Post will give her options. And from start number 1 to start number 2, Angela, is where you can see the most improvement. So certainly a player. But like I said, I'm bullish on the 6th. Now you can see the panel of experts and who they like. A little bit spread out, good betting race. And I'm telling you, the last race is the best betting race on the card. This is a great race to do a daily double into the last and try to get paid. They'll be at the gate inside 7 minutes. The Francis Genter coming up and coming at you next.
And here come the fillies for the 35th Francis Genter. 5 minutes.
All right, welcome to the winner's circle here. Amber Carile, the manager of racing operations at Canterbury. First and foremost, we celebrate the Minnesota breds tonight. Racing is strong. We just saw those 2-year-olds last week go 1-2, spectacular race. But the bottom line is you can't really have a great program if you don't have support. And look at this crowd.
Yes, we appreciate all the support that we have, everyone that comes out to Canterbury. It means so much to us, and we get so much more from you than just what you come here to spend. It makes us feel good knowing that we put on a great show that makes people happy every day.
How about that Hall of Fame last night? That was a beautiful, beautiful ceremony. Some of our good friends, including Jeff Maday, entered the 2025 class, and I just thought, watching and listening last night, we're in good hands here.
Yes, we had such a great night last night. Everyone was so deserving that got on. They're all so humble, but they've all contributed so much to Minnesota racing. It is just, everyone is deserving.
So I don't think people truly understand how hard you work. It's every day trying to get horses to get here, trying to keep horses here, trying to fill races, trying to write races, trying to negotiate with everybody in the backside. I'm not saying you're looking forward to the week off, but I'm not saying you're not looking forward to the week off.
I'll get a little bit of sleep, that's for sure, but 14-hour days is fine when I'm doing something that I love, and I love it here. I love my job.
Well, we truly appreciate the work that you've put in. The racing product speaks for itself, and if you haven't looked at tomorrow's card and you're a real fan of racing, it's one of the best cards of the year. We got full fields all day long.
Yeah, it's great. We're really excited for it. Again, support from our horsemen, everyone here. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Amber Carile as we get set for another great big Minnesota bred race. Congrats.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 35th running of the Francis Genter. There's a shot at Broadway Kitchen and Bar, adjacent to the starting gate for 6 furlong races here at Canterbury. Make that boardwalk Kitchen Bar. The chain-linked fence about 20 feet from that starting gate, as fans and boardwalk dwellers align the fence to watch them load. For the Francis Genter, won last year by Extreme Diva. Extreme Racing has won this race 2 years in a row. Make it 3, Vicky McGowan, part of Brewhouse in 2022. One left to load. It's IC Gold. And they're racing in the 35th. Francis Genter. Competitive nature was off very slowly. Carson Bay has terrific early speed, but so does Flatter Me Baby. And Flatter Me Baby is locking up with Carson Bay in a breakneck pace battle with about a half mile to go. Right behind them, Miss Stilettos, 5 lengths from it, and to the outside of Wildcat Mini. Then we come to Sioux Revenge, 10 lengths from the hot early pace into the inside of a recovering competitive nature. IC Gold, about 11 lengths out of it, in the clear and running on. And Mary B's Legacy is last of them all. all. They're approaching the top of the stretch and round about the quarter pole. Carson Bay and Erica Murray pull to the lead at 3-5. It's Carson Bay leading it by a neck. Flatter Me Baby continues to pester that favorite to the outside, and they're 4 lengths clear from Wildcat Mini. Behind that is Miss Stilettos into the final 150. Flatter Me Baby, Carson Bay, locked in battle in the Francis Genter. Flatter Me Baby, Flatter Me Baby at 4-1 is the Genter champion. Number 3, Flatter Me Baby first. 3-6-5-8. It's unofficial. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a jockey's claim of foul, an objection by a jockey to the running of race 7. Now, this objection does not involve the winner, number 3, Flatter Me Baby. Instead, the runner-up, Carson Bay, has come under scrutiny. The rider for number 5, Wildcat Mini, Alonso Quinones, is claiming foul against 6, Carson Bay, and Erica Murray, alleging interference in the very early stages of the race. On TV monitors and the big screen in the infield, you can see what the track referees, the stewards, are viewing. And this jockey's objection involves the runner-up and third-place finisher. The two in question, for those of you looking at TV monitors or the big screen, the rider with the black helmet cover, middle-ish of the screen, and number 5, that rider has the green helmet cover. And with that situation right there, Alonso Quinones believes Wildcat Mini was cost a better placing. So we will have an answer for you shortly. Meanwhile, the Genter champions, Flatter Me Baby and Guillermo Rodriguez. Dennis Strokirch is the winning owner. The winning trainer is Troy Bethke. Flatter Me Baby is a 3-year-old brown filly by Cinco Charlie out of Flatter Me Not, bred in Minnesota, by the winning owner, Dennis Strokirch. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification. Number 6, Carson Bay, disqualified from second and placed third for taking away racing room from number 5, Wildcat Mini. So the move you see right here on TV monitors, the rider with the black cap and the rider with the green cap are the ones in question. And Carson Bay ends up finishing ahead of Wildcat Mini in the estimation of our track referees, the stewards. Because of that maneuver you just witnessed, the stewards believe Wildcat Mini was cost a better placing, which would be second. So thus they flipped. The official top 4 will be 3, 5, 6, 8. Ladies and gentlemen, plan for an extremely short post parade for race number 8. It's a turf race, and we are losing our daylight as race 7 goes official. We will have a shortened post parade for race 8, so make your wagers on the lucky last as far in advance as possible. The race is about 19 minutes from now, and race 7 is cashable. Racing in the 35th, Francis Genter. Competitive nature was off very slowly. Carson Bay has terrific early speed, but so does Flatter Me Baby. And Flatter Me Baby is locking up with Carson Bay in a breakneck pace battle with about a half mile to go. Right behind them, Miss Stilettos, 5 lengths from it, and to the outside of Wildcat Mini. Then we come to Sioux Revenge, 10 lengths from the hot early pace into the inside of a recovering competitive nature. I See Gold, about 11 lengths out of it, in the clear and running on. And Mary B's Legacy is last of them all. They're approaching the top of the stretch and round about the quarter pole. Carson Bay and Erica Murray pull to the lead at 3 to 5. It's Carson Bay leading it by a neck. Flatter Me Baby continues to pester that favorite to the outside, and they're 4 lengths clear from Wildcat Mini. Behind that is Miss Stilettos into the final 150. Flatter Me Baby, Carson Bay, locked in battle in the Francis Genter. Flatter Me Baby at 4 to 1 is the Genter champion.
Well, one of the good ones for me, and it's now nearly 4 decades, is my dear friend Troy Bethke, and with his beautiful daughter Olivia leading that horse into the winner's circle. Really happy for the Bethke family. They put so much time and work in here at Canterbury. Flatter me, baby, a youngster with a real future here at Canterbury. Eyeball to eyeball with Carson's Bay and was just flat out the better horse. Really, really impressive effort in race 7. Now probably the best betting race on the card. Biggest field by far. 11 of them in the turf, and we're fighting the darkness thing. So we're trying to get this race to gate in 14 minutes. So make your wagers early. We'll go as quick as we can. I'm on the 2 Midcat, 6-1 morning line. Might have been a pipe dream, but I think we'll get around half that. I like the Winchester horses stretching out. They're always bred for some distance. Good-looking horse down here. She's got her ears up, or he does. His ears are up. He's feeling good. And if this horse drifts up to 3-1 or higher, I might take a swing. The 3 caught my eye when they were getting saddled. Real good energy for Papa's Nico boy. Roman gets the call for Joel Burnt, and what a training job by Joel Burnt with a couple races ago on Frosty View. He is such a good conditioner. Got that horse to stretch out brilliantly off that turf sprint. So Papa Nico's boy looking good down here. More good speed for a Burnt horse, so you got to keep an eye on that. If this horse is able to shake free at any point, they could be in trouble. 4 is Mr. Cougar. Not a lot of early speed here. If you like a horse that lays back early and makes one big late run, you'll be all about the Cougar. You'll get paid too. Mr. Cougar 17-1. Mr. Insensitive is the next horse in line, and he's getting bet. How about this? 15-1 morning line. He's down to 5-1. So they're betting Mr. Insensitive, another deep closer. 6 is Daxa Dreaming, 20-1 morning line, right around there at 23-1. 7 is Moonlight Road. This horse last time out didn't show much on the turf. Maybe he can improve next time back. 8 horses all about speed. Boy, the horse also bouncing around beautifully here in the paddock. Love the energy from High Ransom. Kelsey Haar is so good at putting horses into the race. She got a win on the card earlier doing that. I would anticipate Kelsey in that pretty pink cap is going to be out there trying to play Catch Me If You Can. The Mouse, the Oracle, and the tip sheet all on this horse, and they're all betting big, so keep an eye on High Ransom. Cat Trick looking to purr in the winner's circle with the Silva. David Van Winkle with a big win on the card. He pulled off that 19-1 upset. This horse has speed. This horse is a long shot. You've been warned. Score McCoy is the 10 with Leslie. Leslie Maui's been bringing in prices. The horse, though, was a 1-for-18 production. Still a non-winner of 2. That, to me, was the pesky part. My sneaky long shot in the race is the 11. I've seen the Wolfgang pull this off summer after summer. Do not sleep on Star Mission. I don't know if the horse is good enough to win this time. I do think the horse hits the trifecta and superfecta at a big price, and the Wolfgang has this horse looking good. Star Mission looks awesome in the paddock. Outside horse, tough post. We'll see what Valdez can do on Supreme Leader Miguel Angel Silva. All of this horse's career wins, both of them, are on this turf course. That post, though, will be a tricky one indeed, but the horse does have speed. Best betting race on the card. 11 on the lawn. 11 on the lawn coming up and coming at you next.
Great job, Lynn. Great having you back, ma'am. See you tomorrow. Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen, best bugler in the country. How about a round of applause? Turf Course Firm, scratch number 1, Commissioner Oscar. Reportedly a shortened post parade for this, so they'll be to the gate quite soon. Make your wagers on race 8 ASAP.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one last time, going to draw your attention to the winner's circle. These are the beautiful people that are looking to win free money from the Minnesota State Lottery. Thank you to the Minnesota State Lottery for supporting racing here in Minnesota. They have a placard. If their horse wins, they get a $50 set of scratch-off tickets from the lottery. Last year, a guy won over $2,000 with those scratch-off tickets. If you have the second or third place horse, you get a swag bag with mystery gifts that are also worth hundreds, yes, hundreds, Brandon Molesky, of dollars. All right, here we go. Name and hometown.
Tom, New York.
New York, huh? New York. Jets or Giants?
Jets.
Yeah, we don't boo you guys because you are no threat to us whatsoever. We only boo the Pack. No, we boo the Packers. Name and where you're from.
Megan, Zambroda.
Zambroda's a wonderful place to hang out. I love it.
Maria, Butte, Montana.
Ah, Butte, Montana. Look at you coming into Canterbury from Butte. I love it.
Scott, Champlin.
Champlin Park. Let's hear it. The home of Jamie Hirsch, the lovely and loquacious one. Next.
Taylor from Apple Valley.
Apple Valley, just like Angela Herman up in the press box. We love our Eagles.
Christina, Lakeville.
Lakeville North or Lakeville South do you prefer?
We're actually more like Apple Valley. We don't know.
All right, you're all confused. It's a mess. Hey, we got the same here. Name and where you're from.
Luke Kenyon.
Kenyon's great. Thank you, Luke. Good luck.
Owen, Long Island, New York.
Long Island, so you're an Islanders fan. Good luck with all that. All right, next.
Jaron, also Long Island, New York.
Long Island, but you got a hat on that I know my guy Johnny the Mouse Mickelson will appreciate. Row that boat, my friend. Row that boat.
Are we doing your hometown?
Hometown and your name. It's not complicated.
I know, but where I live in the hometown's different.
Well, no, you can go with where you live now.
Okay. Allison Champlin.
Champlin, Minnesota. It wasn't hard at all. You passed with flying colors.
Bridget Byron.
Where is Byron?
Rochester.
Rochester. There was a horse in Let It Ride named Lord Byron. Okay. Richard Dreyfuss was handcuffed and could not get to the window, and he wanted his right to bet Lord Byron. So in honor of that, I'm going to cheer for your 12, who could be a really fun long shot. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, give them a round of applause. They're ready for free money. You're ready to cash bets. We're all having a good time right here at Canterbury Park.
It's race time for the Spoon Ridge Covenant Classic. Midcat's 2-1. Final live race today. Extreme Day tomorrow. We begin at 1 o'clock. We have ostrich, camel, and zebra races between the horse races tomorrow. And it's Pepsi Family Day. By far best day of the week to bring the kids. Supreme Leader, last in line. Big field on the turf to close HOF Saturday. And they're racing, and they all came off swiftly. Excellent beginning for the speedy High Ransom. High Ransom, and now Papa's Nico Boy takes the lead as they head under the wire for the first time, and 3 and 8 are going to battle it out. They're about 7 lengths clear from Midcat, and Midcat secures the inside behind the hot early pace. These two pace setters are going like the wind around the corner, and in fact now they've opened up about 5 lengths on the new third place runner, Catrick. Right behind them we have Moonlight Road. That one's beginning to advance, and so is Supreme Leader circumnavigating on the outside. Midcat right behind them. Midcat, mid-pack, about 8 out of it, and to the outside of Mr. Insensitive. 2.5, 3 lengths behind them is Star Mission. That one's now about 13 lengths from the lead. Daxa Dreaming is behind that one, and the one at the rear is Score McCoy. The field is covered by 15. Off the far turn they go, and High Ransom's trying to make a move on Papa's Nico Boy. Papa's trying to make them say daddy as they approach the top of the stretch. Papa's Nico Boy to the inside of High Ransom. Tracking behind them is Moonlight Road, and behind that one is Mr. Insensitive. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch into the final furlong. High Ransom takes the lead. Late charge for Mr. Insensitive. On the far outside, Score McCoy is finishing fast, and so is Midcat. Here's Midcat at 2.5 to 1 to steal the show. And race number 8 is official. Into the winner's circle, Midcat. 3 victories tonight for Harry Hernandez. Midcat is owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds and the winning trainer, Tony Rangsdorf. Ladies and gentlemen, live racing resumes tomorrow at Canterbury Park. It is our final day of live racing until July 23rd. We have a rodeo break after tomorrow. Learn more about attending the rodeo here at canterburypark.com. Otherwise, on behalf of our management team, those in our esteemed television department, and for those of us here in the Dark Star press box, thank you very much for watching and wagering on racing at Canterbury Park. And if you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. Racing, and they all came off swiftly. Excellent beginning for the speedy High Ransom. High Ransom, and now Papa's Nico Boy takes the lead as they head under the wire for the first time, and 3 and 8 are going to battle it out. They're about 7 lengths clear from Midcat, and Midcat secures the inside behind the hot early pace. These two pace setters are going like the wind around the corner, and in fact now they've opened up about 5 lengths on the new third place runner, Catrick. Right behind them, we have Moonlight Road. That one's beginning to advance, and so is Supreme Leader circumnavigating on the outside. Midcat right behind them. Midcat, mid-pack, about 8 out of it, and to the outside of Mr. Insensitive. 2.5, 3 lengths behind them is Star Mission. That one's now about 13 lengths from the lead. Daxa Dreaming is behind that one, and the one at the rear is Score McCoy. The field is covered by 15. Off the far turn they go, and High Ransom's trying to make a move on Papa's Nico Boy. Papa's trying to make them say daddy as they approach the top of the stretch. Papa's Nico Boy to the inside of High Ransom. Tracking behind them is Moonlight Road, and behind that one is Mr. Insensitive, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch into the final furlong. High Ransom takes the lead. Late charge for Mr. Insensitive. On the far outside, Score McCoy is finishing fast, and so is Midcat. Here's Midcat at 2.5 to 1 to steal the show.